And we'll go ahead and convene our work session for March, actually, I should say special meeting for March 23rd, 2022. And before we go further, I'm going to have the city clerk read the announcement.
Notice is hereby given that a special meeting of the Laramie City Council will be held Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022 at 6:00 p.m. via Zoom meeting ID number 848-4832-0961, passcode 678856 for the following purpose. Number one, the consideration of recommendations from the ad hoc working group for police and community.
Thank you, City Clerk. Appreciate that. And we'll also have a roll call to call this meeting to order for March 23rd, 2022.
Humby.
Here.
Gabriel.
Here.
Harrington.
Here.
O'Doherty.
Here.
Schmickel.
Here.
Schuster.
Here.
Somerville.
Here.
Pierce.
Here.
Here.
Weaver. That's 9 present and 0 absent, Your Honor.
Thank you, City Clerk. That's all City Council members present. We'll go to public comment for non-agenda items for the special meeting and see if there are any members of the public here to comment on items that aren't before the council tonight. I see no public comment on non-agenda items. We'll close the public comment period and we will get into the heart of the matter for tonight's special meeting. As we have in the past, the council will recognize and provide time to the city manager for some background. I do believe that the council is familiar with the topic, and I do believe that the attendees are familiar with the topic, but the city manager will give us a background on it and then a little bit about the background for what the council is looking to do this evening. City Manager Jordan, whenever you're ready.
Mayor?
Yes, City Clerk.
On our cover sheet for tonight, there are 2 motions to bring the item on the floor for discussion. Did you?
Which is going to be the necessary procedure before the city manager does the introduction. I'm so sorry. And city manager, we couldn't hear you when you began speaking a moment ago, so this will give you a second to get your audio. I see that we don't have a council member identified to bring the work for discussion, so I'll look for volunteers so that we move forward. Councilmember Somerville.
Mayor, I'm happy to bring that on the floor.
All right, Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you. I move to consider resolution 2022-20 pertaining to the recommendations from the ad hoc working group for police and community and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign.
Motion A, is there a sufficient second?
Second.
Okay, I think there was a second from Councilmember Harrington and Cumbie almost at the same time, but we'll recognize Councilmember Harrington. And City Clerk and City Manager, I want to take just a moment. I think what that motion and the second have done is to create a discussion before the council when we get to that point where amendments and discussion will revolve around the motion as a whole, although amendments may pertain to specific recommendations. The recommendations will be discussed as a group as opposed to individually as the alternative motion put forward. I think that's the understanding of council, and just so everybody's on the same page as we move forward. All right, City Manager, thank you. And I'm sorry about my procedural error just a few moments ago, but of course we do need to bring the motion on the floor. So it's over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No problem. You just you caught me off guard because I was waiting for the motion. So
yeah, well, I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. I was going to roll with it. Good evening, everybody. By way of a little bit of background, in the packet there is a cover sheet for you. It includes some information toward the end of the cover sheet that I called background information. I'm going to go over that quickly and then scroll up to the top. But just to remind everybody how we got to this evening, about June 30th of 2020, you all adopted a resolution that was 2020-38 that set some objectives for yourselves and staff to look at over the coming 6 months with respect to oversight boards and some best practices and an opportunity to review some use of force policies and consider that within the police department. So in follow-up to that initial resolution, staff came back to you on February 23rd of 2021, and we provided a research brief publicly to the City Council that dealt with the use of citizen oversight boards, and included kind of the weaknesses and strengths of the prevalent models of citizen oversight board, a case study, and also included all of our citations to the original sources. There's a link in the packet back to those materials from a year ago. Then, as a part of that same work session, there was a recommendation that we form a panel of residents who could become more knowledgeable about some of the policies and procedures within the police department and give them a time-limited period in which they could consider and then ultimately provide any recommendations to you all that they thought were relevant. So following up on that February meeting, the council did, after numerous public hearings, finally go ahead and establish what we called an ad hoc working group for police and community. That group accepted applications from interested citizens, and on May 18th, we finally appointed members to that group that were interested individuals, along with institutional representatives from pretty much all of our major partner agencies in the city, such as the school district. The working group for police and community then organized and met on 15 occasions between June and December of 2021. And on February 8th, just last month of 22, the working group brought 6 recommendations to the City Council in a public meeting that they had voted on according to the authorizing resolution, which allowed for every member of the group to be a voting member, except for one person serving in a liaison role. Of the 6 recommendations the working group brought to you last month, they were all discussed and voted upon individually by every member of the working group for police. So that puts us where we are this evening. The working group's recommendations really fell into kind of 3 general categories as I stepped back and took a look at those and prepared the draft resolution template that you've moved and you would like to discuss tonight. And those 3 groups tend to be aligning with the authorizing resolution that created the working group, which that should not be a surprise. But in general, category A would be what I call mental health calls for services, which resulted in 2 recommendations, recommendation 1 and 2, from the working group. The second category surrounded engagement, and there were 3 recommendations. Those would be numbers 3, 4, and 5 from the working group within that general category. And then the last category was sort of complaint procedures. How does the city receive and field complaints from citizens if we are receiving them then from the public? And there was 1 recommendation from the working group in that area. That would be the last one, recommendation 6. So the resolution that you've moved here outlines those 3 categories and leaves it to the council to indicate what content you'd like to fill in within each of those 3 respective categories. I can stop there if you have questions, and then Mayor, maybe you can provide some direction as well. As part of the cover sheet, we did break our recommendations and review from staff down by working group recommendations 1 through 6, and I can go through those now en masse, or I could certainly jump in along with the chief and the police and the city attorney, as you would like, if you intend to move through the working group recommendations by group, by one of the 3 groups, or individually for each of the 6.
Thank you, City Manager. Do we have any questions for the City Manager before we get into a little bit of discussion about how we're going to approach working the resolution? Questions for the City Manager on the background? Seeing none. Okay, discussion about process. Thoughts? I suppose to kick us off, I'd just say we did decide to go through the entirety of the recommendations as a group, but then we can still, within that, decide if we want to go by category as they've been presented, which may make sense. But I'd like to get feedback from the council if there are strong feelings that otherwise my inclination is to be we'll go through categories as they're grouped. Seems to be an agreement about that. So city manager, I think that's what we'll do. Process now, do we want the city manager to provide an overview per group, or are we prepared to just begin discussion and adoption and any amendment discussions? City manager, I would note that, of course, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, I think the council at this point, given that we've had a work session about this and of course considerable discussion leading up to it, I don't know that it's necessary for you to provide background individually, but perhaps be here to participate in your role as the city manager and in your role as a member of the working group. Council? It appears that that's acceptable to everyone. So, and of course that applies also to the city attorney, who of course has joined us as well and will be with us for the discussion. So, with that, council, we are prepared now to begin discussion on the final recommendations. And those have been introduced. I would just say that for the sake of meeting cohesion, we'll start now with recommendation 1 and 2, as they're in a category of mental health. Recommendation 1 is that the City Council should implement a response model by mental health professionals for the Laramie Police Department, with the ability to consult with the Albany County Mental Health Board on this endeavor. The city should support a collaborative effort with the county on mental health responses. The votes in favor, as you can see, were 17 for, 0 votes against, 1 abstention, and 4 absences. Second recommendation, the City Council should prioritize work on mental health response opportunities for the Laramie Police Department, and these efforts should involve data collection and program evaluation as allowed by law. The City Council should explore partnering with the University of Wyoming on data collection and program evaluation. And the votes were the same, 17 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention, and 4 absences. So let's open it for discussion on these recommendations. And I'll turn the floor over to whoever wishes to speak at this time on the council staff. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. First, before I begin discussion on these items, I do have a quick question in terms of how we'd like to do this procedurally. The document that the City Council is actually going to pass is the physical resolution. And so on that resolution, it says content to be determined by council. And so I've prepared an amendment to go on that resolution for recommendations 1 and 2. Is that how you'd like to go forward with this?
Yeah, I think that's in order.
Okay.
I think that's in order. Council, any objections? Seeing none. Seeing none, I think that's approach it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just start by saying that as we heard in the work session, the discussion for mental health regarding mental health calls for service within the group was substantial, but at the same time, not encompassing for the group to be able to recommend a specific program or anything to actually implement at the LPD. There's a lot of different models out there that could potentially be used, or a hybrid, or something entirely new. And there was also discussion at the committee regarding where the wheelhouse lane is in terms of whether we should be kind of, as was in the recommendation, kind of letting the mental health, Albany County Mental Health Board work this forward, or if we really our focus should just be on LPD. And my thoughts on that are certainly that we don't have control over what any other agency does. So I guess I'll just say that before I put my amendment on the floor for consideration. But I really just want to underscore that this seemed to be something that basically everybody in the working group got behind pretty strongly. So I think it was the easiest of the topics for us to go through. Mr. Mayor, at this time, I'd make an amendment. And for the council and the clerk, city clerk, do you have that language that I emailed you? Okay. I don't know if we would like to screen share it or I can just read it.
I think it's appropriate to just read it.
Okay. Thank you, City Clerk. So at this time, on the council resolution, under item 1, response to mental health calls for service, I would insert the following. And I move to insert the following. City Council shall implement a response model involving mental health professionals for the Laramie Police Department. The city shall collect data and evaluate programs as required by law or granting agencies or as designated by City Council or the city manager.
Second.
Motion and a second from Councilmember Schuster. Thank you, Councilmember Schuster.
I got her email, so it was
Somerville.
easy.
Yes.
And Mayor, I would just continue a little bit in terms of why I wanted to put this forward. I think this condenses recommendations 1 and 2. I tried to make it very simple and keep it right in the wheelhouse of what we can do, knowing full and well that I don't think there's anybody that doesn't want to collaborate with the Albany County Mental Health Board or the county on mental health calls for service and work that process forward. But of course, we're the city council and we can't tell them what to do. So that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Councilmember Somerville on the proposed amendment? Councilmember Gabriel, and then I'll go to Councilmember O'Doherty. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell which one of you is first, so you'll just have to bear with me. Councilmember Gabriel.
Thanks, Mayor. I was just curious. I assume, Councilmember Somerville, that this has been vetted through the city attorney's office. It looks like kind of that language. Hopefully it has, right?
Councilor Gabriel, unfortunately, I just sent it out about an hour ago, so the city attorney has not weighed in on it, but I'd be happy to let him weigh in on it.
I was just curious because of that previous letter that council received concerning some of these discussions we're having on this board, and I just wanted to make sure that we were all covered. Thank you.
City Attorney, that to me does sound like a question directed to you to see if you have any legal concerns about the construction of the language for this amendment, combining those two mental health components.
Well, I'm studying it right now.
Great point.
So I don't think I can. Look, what do I really think? I think that we need to know exactly what council needs us to pursue, and your resolution is not a final roadmap. So in that way, when I see that language, I think, well, I have many questions on what that might look like, but those questions are not determinative right now. So
right.
It's about as far as I can go right now.
Right, and of course, it's not our intention to play gotcha with the city attorney at all. I don't think anybody interprets that as what's going on. But I want to emphasize that the characterization is correct. Even as these resolutions are adopted, of course, they don't spell out the specific mechanics of how any of this will work because we can't know that until we begin. It's a question of whether or not the council adopts this and then starts moving forward, and then those questions are going to be answered. Some of that isn't known until it becomes a policy that we've adopted. I think that's clear to everybody, but I think it also is worth making explicit. Councilmember O'Doherty, thank you for waiting. I just wanted to make that point.
Does the Laramie Police Department already have the ability to work with the Albany County Mental Health Board? So is that why that's not necessary? Thanks.
Councilmember Somerville, is that a question that you want to answer, or should we go to staff that might want to weigh in?
Mayor, I'm happy to take a quick stab at it. Councilor Doherty, yes. In fact, the chief sits on the Albany County Mental Health Board right now and has been working with that group for quite some time. So that relationship already exists. And the reason that I excluded it from the language is, again, we're the city council, and there was some discussion about the bylaws and the purview of the Albany County Mental Health Board. And I think those were some things that they had been discussing themselves, and just trying to recognize that's a separate entity that's out of our control.
Councilmember O'Doherty. Okay. City manager, do you take issue with the way that's been outlined and explained? That seems accurate, and it certainly seems accurate and reflective of the discussions we had about that topic with the ad hoc committee.
Yes, Mayor, I that, and I think unless the chief would like to add anything else.
City manager. Oh yeah, we're having your audio go in and out, but I think I caught the gist of that. And of course, the chief is going to be given an opportunity. I don't know if he wants me to wait for him to raise a hand if he has input, or if he wants me to call on him. Chief Stalder, I am going to call on you just to address that specific topic of whether or not you feel like the police department at this point has adequate opportunity and ability to participate in discussions with the county mental health board. I think that Councilmember Somerville did address the fact that you sit on the board, which I think is an indication that you do, but I want you to have an opportunity to add to that.
Mayor and council, I guess first, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm a bit confused with the amendment, because it seems to me in the language that city council will be collecting the data and accomplishing those things. And as I indicated in my comments to the city manager in the cover sheet, all of these endeavors are already underway with a diverse group of people on the alternative response team for the mental health board, and that includes the data collection for alternative response and different options for alternative response. So I'm a bit confused why council wants to insert themselves into that decision-making matrix until the alternative response subcommittee to the mental health board at least can give an option, which may include budgetary matters, or may include at least a matrix for how we propose to do alternative response, which could very well be brought to council for budgetary reasons, or possibly not, but agreed on by the larger Albany County Mental Health Board for how we want to accomplish a number of different things for mental health response. So I'm a little bit taken back, like the city attorney, because I just received that and haven't had time to process it entirely, but it seems almost like we're putting the cart before the horse when it comes to council consideration, and I hope that's accurate. Thank you.
Appreciate that. That's why we wanted to give you an opportunity, Chief Stalder, to weigh in on this. Councilmember Somerville.
Mayor, thank you. And I appreciate those comments, because I think it gets to the point that in the long term, there's really some benefits to coordinating and working with all of the agencies in the county. Beyond the concerns of we're the city council and we can only write policy for LPD and not the mental health board. And in fact, we don't. I believe Councilor Cumby has been invited to sit on that or come to them as kind of a liaison position, but we don't have that officially. The other concern is that I didn't want to hold what we could do potentially with the city back in terms of waiting for everybody to decide what they wanted to do. There was a lot of discussion with the Albany County Health Board members regarding the need for them to do more data collection. And that seemed a few years out before those decisions could possibly be made. And so that was some of that conversation. Again, I was trying to give the ability for the city and LPD, in terms of the chief has already brought us several models that he's looked at and are interested in, bring that forward so that he could move that forward for the LPD and for the city specifically.
Councilmember Somerville. Oh, I'm going to go to Chief Stalder, and then I'll have a follow up. Chief Stalder.
Mayor, and to Councilor Somerville's point, I think that we're not a couple of years out. I think that, as indicated in your cover sheet, we're actively pursuing data from UC Health, which is what the Fort Collins mental health response team uses, and I think that can help guide us. But I think it is a process that we have to go through because we have so many different models for alternative and or in place of responses to occur. And in further discussions with the mental health board on Monday, and then the alternative response team last week, is that in some ways we're already implementing alternative responses on a level that is too in depth for this discussion. But the data collection, being done by the UW professor on the alternative response team, as well as discussions we're having on that, will certainly allow us to make informed decisions. The other thing that I would point out again, as I have on multiple occasions in the past, is that alternative response or in place of responses is very much community driven, and I think we have to take the time to analyze the data and potentially survey our community members to see what the scope of the problem is, regardless of the UC Health data or other data that we collect from the officer survey. So I think this is a complicated issue, and I would just reiterate that this is a process that I've been involved in since 2007 intimately, and that I'll continue to be involved in. And it seems like Councilor Somerville's motion seems to put council in charge of collecting this data, which seems a little bit odd to me. And Councilor Somerville, I see you're shaking your head. Maybe I'm off base with that comment.
Thank you, Chief Stalder. Councilor Somerville, thinking back to the discussions about this in the ad hoc committee, and then looking at this amendment, I think what the intent here was to mostly just collect the recommendations made by the committee, which I think it was understood by the committee were at least in part, if not nearly completely, already ongoing. This was an effort to not insert the council into it, and perhaps that is an adjustment to the language that needs to be made, but for the council to simply formalize an approval of that continued work as a policy choice, and also to combine the two recommendations into one instead of having two somewhat duplicate. It was my understanding. So it's possible we need to tweak the language to reflect that. But I'm going to go to Councilmember O'Doherty, and then I'll go back to you as the bringer of the amendment to get into that. Councilmember O'Doherty.
Well, now that I look at it more carefully, it's saying the city council is going to implement the response model, and we're not the professionals to implement the response model. So I guess I'm not sure what the wording means anyway, given what Chief Stalder just raised about the amendment looking like council was doing this. So I think we need some clarity there.
Yes, and I'd like to give Councilmember Somerville an opportunity, but I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Somerville. I have to go to folks that to give them an opportunity to weigh in, but I think we see where we might be going with some changes to the language. Vice Mayor Pierce.
Yeah, thank you. This is not intended to add any more confusion to this, but my recommended change to this motion might help. So I'm going to give it a whirl. Okay. So delete city council and put in city manager shall implement a response model involving mental health professionals for the Laramie Police Department. city manager city manager shall collect data and evaluate programs as required by law or granting agencies. And then just leave it at that and delete the rest. That way the city manager could make the decision, work in partnership with LPD and basically take it from there. Maybe we need to go like city manager or designee, work in partnership with LPD. But I think the point is to get it off the backs of city council, move it to our city manager or designee, or, you know, that way. And I could use a little help here, but I think that's my intent to.
Right. Vice Mayor, I think that gets the ball rolling in the direction that we've heard the concerns about, and I think it's constructed in a sensible way. Councilmember Somerville, I think we can consider that a friendly amendment, but of course that's up to you in the second.
Mr. Mayor, that I would consider that a friendly amendment, and my wholehearted apologies. When I wrote the amendment to say City Council shall implement, I was anticipating a budget request coming forward and the City Council approving a budget request. I don't know why. I didn't think about the other policy piece of that. So I completely agree with the friendly amendment, and I hope that clears that up. It's not my intent that the City Council should be making this program or implementing policy or collecting data at all.
And
Thank
the
you.
second concurs too. He really likes the wording city manager or designee. Thank you for adding that to it, because that was one I was going to probably throw a second friendly amendment at, but as soon as you added designee, it's like, I like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, this is one of those things that deals with the construction of the council manager form of government. We have to direct those types of policy recommendations towards the city manager's office. I think it's generally understood, of course, that the city manager's office then works with the department in question, in this case, the LPD and the chief. City manager, does the language as proposed by the vice mayor seem sensible?
Mayor, I certainly understand where the council might be headed with language like that. So I'm generally okay with it, but I would echo maybe what the chief had said and what we'd stated in the cover sheet. It's been our intention that we would work across the community to put into play something like this. And it certainly will involve other entities. So I wonder if the council might consider maybe a clause to initiate this sentence where it would say something to the effect of, upon conclusion of the research of the mental health, Albany County Mental Health Board, city manager or designee shall work with other agencies, collaborate with other agencies, as indicated to implement a response. Something like that, if you understand what I'm saying. We're trying to give a nod to their work. We don't want to get out ahead of them. I think it's premature, and certainly we're going to need all of those mental health professionals to be part of this solution as well. So as the chief said, they've been actively working on this through a subcommittee and continue to do that. So this, to me, says it's a foregone conclusion. We're going to change our response model, but we don't want to do that without their input and likely their assistance, assuming it's even possible to do that. For instance, do we end up having sufficient mental health professionals in the community immediately, or is that something we need to grow locally?
City manager, that makes sense. I think what the council is trying to do is to create a policy directive that is that signs off on an effort that's identical to that which you just described. And we're trying to come up with the right language for that moving forward that doesn't commit agencies that we can't commit because they're not city agencies, but simply makes that affirmative policy statement to the adoption of these recommendations. I'm going to go to Councilmember Harrington. I think what we may do is give Councilmember Somerville a few moments to digest what we've just heard and see how we might further adjust the language here. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think maybe piggybacking slightly on what you were just recapping, and I am no pro at reading all of this by comparison to the city manager, but by my reading, it wouldn't preclude that work with the Albany County Mental Health Board. I think to the mayor's point, it's really just trying to be as concise as possible and leave it relatively open-ended for you and of course the associated staff. But if I'm wrong, I would certainly be open to continuing that conversation down the path of further amendments.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. I don't think you're wrong. I think you're absolutely right. We're just trying to look at how we want to construct that affirmative policy statement. And it's understood that some of these things are already taking place. This is simply the reiteration of that through the adoption of these recommendations, along with some of the other things we may do, I think. Vice Mayor Pierce, thanks for waiting.
Thanks. So let me read it again. City managers shall implement a response model involving mental health professionals for the Laramie Police Department. So if we change that to city managers shall implement a response model involving various mental health professionals or mental health professionals within Wyoming or Albany County or I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of making it broad yet encompassing, and I'm not exactly sure how to do that, but I think it's kind of there. I mean, we're just being not at all specific. So I'm not sure. I'm not really sure how we could add to that language to be encompassing of the different agencies.
I think that's a question about how to maybe construct that language, Vice Mayor, and I see the city manager possibly has an answer for us. City Manager Jordan, and then I'll go to Chief Stalder, who's waiting.
Absolutely. I was just going to suggest perhaps just saying something like in coordination with the recommendations of the Albany County Mental Health Board, city manager shall, but Dale may have something even better than that.
Chief Stalder.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, I was just going to say, add the language of alternative response model. It's a nationally recognized piece of language, and it allows us the option for in place of or with or alternative responses. So that's the only thing I was going to mention is if you just have that alternative response model, then we're kind of speaking the same language as the mental health board is and other professionals within the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember, City Manager, did you have anything you wanted to add back to that, or are we ready to? I just asked because your hand's still up, and that's probably just because you haven't had a moment to lower it, but go ahead.
Mayor, you're correct. It is just up, but if you want, I could read to you what I just put into the context of this text, if you'd like to hear.
I think the council and Councilmember Somerville might appreciate that as well. Yes, please.
Okay, so I have in coordination with the Albany County Mental Health Board's recommendations, city manager shall implement an alternative response model involving mental health professionals for the Laramie Police Department. City manager shall collect data and evaluate programs as required by law or granting agency. That's what I'm tracking on your conversation.
Thank you. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we're almost there, but again, as the bringer of the amendment, I'm really uncomfortable referencing the Albany County Mental Health Board. I don't think the intention is to preclude. I apologize. We might have a 3-year-old who has some opinions as well. So it's not to preclude that work in any way, and I think that all of that is good work. but I really want to make sure that we're kind of staying in our lane. And I don't think that the language, again, it doesn't preclude any of that. So if that's the way forward, that's the way forward. However, if the Albany County Mental Health Board, in whatever time period the city manager deems appropriate, has not come up with programs and does not have recommendations, I don't want the LPD to not implement a program. I'm really sorry. Those are Hot Wheel cars.
It's okay. We can hear you.
But for the chief's suggestion, Vice Mayor, I wonder if we could just amend it to the city manager shall implement an alternative response model for mental health related calls for the Laramie Police Department, and then the rest of what you had.
I think we're getting there. I would like council members and Councilmember Somerville, I'd like to recognize Dr. White, because I think this would be a good time to do that, because I think there'll be some relative input to the specifics of this discussion. And she's here with us as a member of attendees. Is there any objection to that at this time? Let's do that. Thank you for being here this evening, and you have the floor for your input on this topic.
Hi, thank you. Yes, this is Dr. Claire White, and I just wanted to comment as the chair of the Alternative Crisis Response Subcommittee. How I see this is, it sounds like a timing issue, for one thing, that I think with the support of the city council can move things along more quickly. All of us are serving on that board in a service volunteer role. So for instance, my expertise and my work, I'm volunteering, and with the support of the city to move this forward, then it can do just that. It can move forward at a quicker pace. I'm working with Cheyenne now, and I want to see these things move forward. And I understand there's a concern that, if the board falls apart, what happens? And that's why we included that partnership with the university as well, to have these ongoing collaborations continue.
Dr. White, we usually don't have these direct exchanges, but unless someone from the council objects, I want to dig a little deeper on this simply because of your involvement in the current and ongoing efforts. Do you think the language that we're inching towards here in this discussion is sufficient, given those concerns about the council not wanting to commit agencies that we don't have any jurisdiction or authority over to anything? Do you think simply saying the alternative response program language that was suggested just a few minutes ago is sufficient for continuing to move things in that direction as you've described?
Yes, yeah, I think along with the lines of supportive of, right? The city is supportive of this. We don't know what kind of program we may end up with exactly, but it's being supportive of what may be needed in that process.
Thank you very much. And I think I'll ask you just to stay with us just a few more minutes as we finalize this language, and we really appreciate your time and that volunteer service that you mentioned. It's critical. Councilmember O'Doherty.
Yeah, I think what I understood from Dr. White is that these recommendations are not that the city's going to do this thing, it's that the city supports this thing. And then our professional staff figures out the thing, right? We're in collaboration with these agencies as available. So I don't know, I'm kind of lost at where we are. And it sounded like Councilor Somerville's amendment was to replace the recommendations 1 and 2. And now I'm wondering, maybe we could scrap that and start with the new wording. That's my idea. I don't have the word.
Let's see if we can get it into one recommendation with language. I think we did. That's why I did ask that question for Dr. White, if she felt that the language is going in the right direction. Councilmember Somerville.
Mayor, if it's appropriate, I'd be happy to read what I've got rewordsmith for everybody. Okay.
Yes, please.
City manager shall implement an alternative response model for mental health related calls for the Laramie Police Department. City manager designee shall collect data and evaluate programs as required by law or granting agencies.
Thank you, Councilmember Schuster. Yep. It's called working the bill. I understand from the old pros. We're just trying to get the language where we want it. City Clerk.
Mayor, I just wondered if we could have Councilor Somerville read that one more time, just so I can get the language just so in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk, and I think Councilmember Somerville is prepared to do that. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. And City Clerk, I will email this to you in a second as well, so you have it. City manager shall implement an alternative response model for mental health related calls for the Laramie Police Department. City manager or designee shall collect data and evaluate programs as required by law or granting agencies.
Dr. White, I'd like to call on you one more time just to get your input on this language as it stands. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Somerville, then I'll go to you. I just saw your
Mr. Mayor, just a point of information, or I guess a point of order.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know that I originally seconded Councilor Somerville's motion. So just for the record, I would concur with that as well, just so that it's all as it should be.
Sure. I appreciate that, Councilmember Harrington. I can't remember who I recognized as the second, and the minutes are going to need to reflect that. So thank you very much. Dr. White, can you add your opinions about where we're at this point with the language in terms of whether or not you think it's sufficient, given your involvement?
There we go. I was having trouble finding the controls. Yes, I think that is sufficient.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your hanging in there with us as we get the language. Councilmember O'Doherty.
Yeah, so point of clarification. Is that a point? So this would replace those first two recommendations. Is that what we're saying?
That is the motion. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be specific, Councilmember O'Doherty, this will be the language that's on the council resolution that we formally adopt.
Thank you. Other discussion. Councilmember Cumby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment that I think that the revised language helps to clarify the recommendation, and it's more concise, and it helps to ground it within City Council in relation and partnership with others. But it kind of clarifies a central responsibility that we have as a city who are generating this. So I think this is a helpful amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we see if there's further public comment on the amendment, Council, before we get into a vote for adoption. Is there any other council discussion on this? Okay. It's necessary discussion. All right. I don't see any hands up for further public comment on the amendment to combine the mental health language into. I do have public comment. I'd like to recognize Taylor Norton speaking to the amendment. Mr. Norton. You have the
Hi,
floor.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaking to the language, as I understand it, everything essentially that you've been discussing so far constitutes this amendment. Is that correct?
The amendment is to consolidate the two mental health recommendations into one recommendation. Yes.
Okay. I can get behind that. I would like to generally say that I would, in a longer term sense, support anything that goes toward implementing a mental health response unit that is separate from the police. So I just want to get that on the record and say that I think that this could be something that leans toward that. And I would encourage council members to consider that possibility going forward. And I will yield whatever time I have remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Norton.
Of course.
Other public comment on the amendment. Seeing none, I'll take it just another second. I know it takes people a moment. I don't want to cut anyone off. All right, council. I think I should ask, are the council members comfortable? Do they understand the language as proposed? All right. City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote on the amendment to the resolution?
Humby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schmeckel,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
That motion carries. That amendment's been adopted. Thank you. Council, that'll take us into the resolution language for recommendation 3. Recommendation 3 reads, the City Council and City Manager's Office should consult with NACOL to investigate the creation of a civilian oversight board that could function under Wyoming state statute and International City Managers Association guidelines. The votes in favor from the ad hoc committee discussion and vote were 10 votes in favor, 8 votes against, 2 abstentions, and 2 absences. Councilmember Cumby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to offer an amendment to recommendation 3. Would this be the time to do that?
It would.
I make a motion to amend recommendation 3 to read as follows. The City Council and City Manager's Office should investigate organizational approaches to civilian oversight of law enforcement that could serve the community and appropriately function under Wyoming state statute and International City Managers Association guidelines.
Second.
Motion and a second from Councilmember O'Doherty. Councilmember Cumby, did you want to add anything behind your making of this motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. During both the group's discussions and meetings, and also noted in the notes of the recommendation that there are numerous organizations that conduct meaningful research regarding citizen oversight. And during our endeavor with the committee, we really did not have time to do investigation broadly and to bring various recommendations to play. And so I had some difficulty with the language of isolating only one organization when we have yet to do investigation of how other approaches might fit better within our community. So my recommendation is for us to step back and more broadly continue our research so that we make informed decisions later on.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Cumby. Other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the clerk is actually going to get to what I was going to ask. If we were modifying the recommendations or that was the language that was going to go on the resolution. Is that, Councilor Cumby, is that what you were intending? was to put that language directly on in the resolution under resident engagement.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I think the motion is to change the language from recommendation 3 to the language that was just proposed by Councilmember Cumby. And I see we're having some interesting technical difficulties. That's all right. We'll give it a moment because I do think this is going to garner some discussion. Council members, thoughts on the motion? Yes, Councilmember Harrington.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious if the councilor has thought at all about how we might go about investigating this, and sort of like what format the city council and city manager's office would move forward if this were adopted.
Shall I answer that? Mr. Mayor, may I answer
Yes,
that?
I'm sorry, please, go ahead. Yes.
I've got so many screens open, I can hardly find anything. It may be that, such as with Councilor Somerville's proposal, which combines 2 recommendations, when we get down to recommendation 4, that recommendation is for a group that would continue to work together. And I would imagine so my thinking was that group would continue to do the research if we approve that. So then this probably it's related to that, because I don't see the council doing that research. And I was looking more at in recommendation 4, if we approve the renewal of a community group that would continue this work, that this would be something that we would continue to address.
Other discussion? Councilmember Cumby?
Yes.
I want to ask at this stage, based on the comments that you just made to me, it seems like possibly what the construction of this would be then is to modify recommendation 4 and include the language that you've just proposed for recommendation 3 into recommendation 4. So
I think that would make it much cleaner.
So then I wonder if what we might want to do is withdraw that amendment that's pending right now, if the second agrees, and then speak to and vote on this specific language that exists in the resolution now, and then possibly consider an amendment you'll bring forward to amendment to item number 4.
Yes, I think that would be very workable.
All right.
That makes sense to me.
Thank you, Councilor.
So then I withdraw the amendment at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Does the second concur? That's Councilmember O'Doherty, I think.
Yeah, sorry, chewing pizza.
We'll go to Councilmember Harrington for a moment, and then we'll go back to Councilmember O'Doherty. Councilmember Harrington, do you have a comment on the procedure here?
Yeah, Mayor, maybe just a question about it. So are we now going to deal with item 3 and item 4 at the same time? Is that the intention, or are we leaving 3 as it is and moving on to 4 to modify that?
What we're doing is I believe that Councilmember Cumby is withdrawing the amendment to item number 3. If the second concurs, and then we'll go back to discussion of recommendation, pardon me, recommendation 3 as is. Councilmember O'Doherty.
Oh, I was just saying, as the second, I agree.
Thank you. Yes, City Clerk, do you have a point of procedure? I noticed that you're looking for recognition. Go ahead.
Mayor, I was just wondering if your discussion about recommendation 4, if this is still going to be under resident engagement, because that is where you have it placed or had it placed, you know, in the resolution. So just curious if withdrawing the motion as it was stated, if it, you know, if we're making progress.
I think it just takes us back to, in the body of the resolution, City Clerk, I think it just takes us back to recommendation 3 with no proposed amendments at this time, and the council needs to work through recommendation 3. Does that make sense, City Clerk? So that there was an amendment put forward, but it's been withdrawn now. So now I think we're just looking at the language of recommendation 3 as it stands.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll note it accordingly.
Okay, sorry, City Clerk. I've got hands up. I think Councilmember Cumby still has the floor. I don't think she's actually given it up just yet, and so that'll go to the other 2 council members in the queue. Councilmember Cumby?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering about the possibility of reorganizing it where recommendation 4 becomes recommendation 3, and then recommendation 3 falls under that.
Similar to the amendment made by Councilmember Somerville before. I think that's a possibility, and if you want to move that, I'll come back to you, but I see that we've got hands up, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Harrington, I think, was up next. No, he's good. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. Just actually a question on point of clarification. I think the way the process that we did with the first 2 is, if I'm understanding this correctly, if we have recommendation 3 stand alone and nobody does anything with it, somebody would have to move that to put it in the resolution, to include it in the resolution. If nobody moves it, then it's not included in the resolution. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
But to get back to Councilmember Cumby's inquiry earlier, if the council member wanted a modified version of the language that exists now, a motion could be to amend the resolution in some combination of recommendations 3 and 4 into one recommendation. Everyone tracking so far? Fully lost? All right. We haven't done that yet, but it's certainly an option available to the council. Council. Back to recommendation 3. Any further motions? Councilmember Harrington.
Mr. Mayor, I feel a little bit like we're in a chicken and the egg situation here. If Councilor Cumby is not interested in including that in number 4, then I would like to move it as number 3. But I'm interested to know what Councilor Cumby is going to move and what the language of that would be for number 4. So I guess that's the process question. But I'm a little unsure of what I would like to do, because I feel like we've made sort of two divergent paths here, and we don't really have a good way forward without this sort of conceptual motion from Councilor Cumby.
Right. What are we doing? What are we doing now? My understanding is that at this point, the council can either discuss and vote on motion 3 still as a standalone item. An additional motion could be made to change the language in motions 3 and 4 and have it become one recommendation in the resolution, which is what I think Councilor Cumby was discussing. Or we could, again, deal with it as a standalone item and then move to item number 4. City Clerk.
Mayor, just a point of procedure. If the council doesn't go back to the main motion until you're ready to go back to the main motion. So if it's okay with the mayor and council, amendments can be brought up until you vote for your main motion.
Thank you, City Clerk. Councilmember Harrington, does that help you at all? All right. Other council members. Councilmember Cumby.
I'm not sure what the best approach is. My point was to broaden the language, to suggest that we do investigation, but that we not have language that limit it to one organization, but to broaden the language that we continue the investigation. And I'm happy to attach it to 4, even though 4 seems like a very long recommendation, but I'm happy to do whatever works best. My intent was to broaden the scope of any investigation that we would conduct related to Oversight Board.
Thank you, Councilmember Cumbie. I think I also heard you raise a concern that was similar to the discussion we had about the mental health alternative response recommendation, which is that the city council actually doing that might not be the appropriate phrasing for the language. And I think I heard you discuss that it might be something that would be or could be tasked to the community relations board that is suggested as a recommendation for number 4, which is why I think we're talking about the combination. It wouldn't have to be, but I think that's how I understood you earlier.
Correct.
Right. Well, council, I think I know what I would do in terms of a suggested motion, but I'm unable to do that. Do we have any other discussion right now before I go to public comment on item number 3? I'm going to go to public comment on item number 3. I'd like to recognize Tracy Rosalind and have, okay, Ms. Rosalind, you've got the floor. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for taking my comment, Mayor and City Council. As one of the working group's co-chairs, I'm urging you to vote in favor of recommendation 3. And I just wanted to mention that resolution 2020-38 asked for the city manager to present options to City Council for the creation of a civilian oversight board because of the recognition of implicit bias and what the effects it can have on systems of power. I know there was also some question as to whether one would be permissible under Wyoming statute, but I have additionally consulted with a local attorney who is familiar with oversight, and she reviewed the statute and confirmed there is space to create some type of advisory review complaint oversight that would operate within the statute. There are many forms that oversight can take, but this would be an ideal point to develop from, and it would comply with state statute. I'll say that locally we have had issues with transparency and proper police conduct, albeit from a separate entity, and this is seen by the recent filing alleging that the dash and body cam footage and audio was deleted from the official record in the cases regarding the shooting of local resident Robbie Ramirez. A Laramie Oversight Board would have the ability to address issues of this nature and bring the information to the public without the bureaucratic limitations of an individual having to file a lawsuit against a law enforcement entity. You all may also recall a former city councilor stating that implementation of an oversight board in Laramie is like putting your child on probation when a child in the next county overkilled someone. However, that is an inaccurate analogy. It is more in line with finding out a child in the next county killed someone and then taking steps to ensure that won't happen with your child. Oversight boards are not meant to be punitive. While some are implemented in jurisdictions with egregious civil rights violations, there are more that are implemented voluntarily by the jurisdiction they oversee. The most avid supporters of oversight I have encountered during my education of these bodies over the last few years have been former and current law enforcement. These people recognize the inherent benefits that accompany the implementation of an oversight board to increase public trust and provide better transparency. One phrase that struck me at an oversight conference was that accountability flows through transparency. A board could also function as an interpreter for raw data that the LPD currently shares. It would provide a conduit for communicating the more technical aspects of policing to the residents of our community, as it is critical for oversight bodies to intimately understand policing practices, policies, and state statutes. Laramie has been on the forefront of protecting its residents, and this is evidenced by ordinances like the anti-bias ordinance from years past. We have the opportunity now to be a leader in this matter in our state and increase public trust in our police force and ensure that an entity outside of the current policing structure has insight into how and why actions are taken. I encourage you to vote to support that opportunity with recommendation number 3, but additionally 4. I realize it got separated. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosalind. And just for the sake of attendees, it hasn't been separated yet. I think we're still considering resolutions one at a time. I'd like to recognize our next person in the queue for public comment on this item. That's Taylor Norton. Mr. Norton, when you're in here, you've got the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for once again allowing me to speak. I just want to real quick say that I completely support everything that the previous commenter said. And I would also like to add on to that, that if the Laramie community as a whole comes away from these sequence of meetings without having any kind of oversight over the police, then all of this time and effort will have gone to waste. Many people in this community have asked specifically for this kind of oversight to be implemented. And as far as I've been able to understand, the intention behind pursuing these recommendations, it has been to address the concerns of those folks. I would also like to more specifically address some of the proposed amendments that would make the language broader. I would oppose that. I think being more specific in this case, especially when it comes to which entities to consult with or which data to consult. I think finding a group like NACOL that is an expert in this exact field is critical to coming to an appropriate understanding of the type of oversight board that might be implemented, because they, that's what they devote all of their resources toward, and making it broader could ultimately harm the end result that we get, if anything at all, because it would allow any person with an uneducated bias to provide their thoughts and opinions free of any expertise. And I encourage the council to avoid that particular pitfall, because what we want here is a well thought out and well formed civilian oversight board for our community. I think I've made my point. I will, and thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for taking time and for sharing your views. Got another speaker in the queue, Melinda Reyes. Let's let Ms. Reyes into the room, and you have the floor.
I just wanted to quickly say thank you to the last 2 speakers. That's why I came to this meeting, is to hear somebody say those things, and I'm just completely overwhelmed. Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Thank you for your comments and for taking time to be here. Got another speaker to speak to the issue. I'd like to recognize Amanda Pittman. Let's let Ms. Pittman, and you have the floor.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So I'm thankful that we're considering civilian oversight. I think it's very important, especially independent civilian oversight over law enforcement, particularly to prevent some of the issues that we've seen with the sheriff's office here in town. But regarding the amendment, I think that NACOL has shown to be a collaborative and well-researched and expert organization. And I think that at the bare minimum, we should, if we want to broaden the language, we should at least include NACOL specifically, and make sure that they are named as an organization that should be considered and consulted in this, because if they are, I believe that if they are not named specifically, it's possible that they would not be considered, and that would be, I think that would be a problem, given that they have the data on civilian oversight and that they have been doing this. They also are in communication with current other civilian oversight boards around the country, and also with law enforcement and with people that are continuing to do this. So I think that at a bare minimum, they need to be named. If we want to include other organizations as a possibility, that is fine. But I do think as a bare minimum, NACOL should be named in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for taking time to be here and share your views with us. Council, I'm holding open. Yes, I'd like to recognize Mitch Cushman. Let's let Mr. Cushman into the meeting, and you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to recognize the fact that NACOL is a good thing, but really a lot of the previous data came from Department of Justice and also other areas such as International Chiefs of Police Associations. And so I think that Councilman Cumby was just trying to allow for other information to come in. If NACOL had similar ideas or even got their ideas from some of the previous things, I think that all information sources should be considered. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Cushman. Thanks for being here and sharing your views. I feel like I should point out that the amendment that's been referenced a couple of times was withdrawn. I think there's been some other discussion about where we might go, but that amendment is pending. We are on recommendation 3 as it stands. Councilmember Harrington.
Mr. Mayor, if there's any other public comment, I'm happy to wait until the end of that.
No,
I put my hand up.
I don't see any at this time, Councilmember Harrington. So it is. It is your.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was going to propose an amendment to combine recommendation 3 and 4 under the sort of like the umbrella that will exist in the resolution itself, trying to include Councilor Cumby's point. And Councilor Cumby, if you had a strategy, I apologize for hopping in front of you. Okay, thank you. So it's a fairly simple amendment. The changes you're going to hear are, there's a few in the beginning of the recommendation 4, but largely in recommendation 3. So, Mr. Mayor, those are, the amendment would be the city manager's office in collaboration with the police and community committee shall investigate the creation of a civilian oversight board that could function under Wyoming state statute and International City Managers Association guidelines. The city manager shall investigate the creation of a police and community committee to serve as a volunteer group to build a more effective partnership between the Laramie Police Department and the community, specifically looking at increasing transparency. And there's no changes from there. It occurs to me as I'm reading this that maybe those should be in opposite order, where paragraph 2, what is now number 4, with those changes would be the first. So the committee is created, and then that with the city manager in consultation, the previously created group would work in consultation. So if I can get a second, I suppose we can talk about that as maybe a friendly amendment. But
Councilmember Harrington, I want to give. Thank you, Councilmember Cumby. No, it's fine. It's the second is in order. I want to give Councilmember Harrington an opportunity to restate, reframe the motion, since in the middle of the motion, I think done some editing there, Councilmember Harrington. So I want to give you an opportunity to read that for both our benefit and the city clerk's, as to how you want the motion to read. And we'll of course.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was just moving a few things around in my Word document to read it appropriately. Sure. So this would be under the community engagement section in our resolution. It would say the city manager shall investigate the creation of a police and community committee to serve as a volunteer group to build a more effective partnership between the Laramie Police Department and the community, specifically looking at increasing transparency of department's activities. Membership on the committee would include formerly incarcerated individuals and individuals from underserved or otherwise disadvantaged groups from within the city. The city council should collect data. Sorry, I'm going to change that, Mr. Mayor. I know, I'll quit these midstream changes.
No.
The city manager shall collect data to evaluate any program instituted under this recommendation. The city manager's office, in collaboration with the Police and Community Committee, shall investigate the creation of a civilian oversight board that could function under Wyoming state statute and International City Managers Association guidelines.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. The second stands, I believe, from Councilmember Cumby. All right, City Clerk, are you at a point where you believe you have the language?
Mr. Mayor, I will email that to the clerk right now.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Very good. All right, there's a motion and a second. Discussion or questions? Councilmember O'Doherty.
I thought I understood Chief Stalder to say that this group, now I can't remember what the right term for it was. Never mind. I lost my train of thought, but I thought that Chief Stalder said that this group could help guide, it could be the precursor, I think was the term he used, for a civilian oversight board or for some kind of oversight board. So I would like if Chief Stalder could tell us what he envisioned there.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty. I want to ask the maker of the motion a question that for all of our clarity, I believe that is the intent of this motion, is to set up the committee that's been referenced to do exactly that, along with the rest of the goals stipulated. Councilmember Harrington, is that the intent of your motion? Because that's the way I understand it.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
All right. And yes, let's go to Chief Stalder, who is ready to be called on. Chief Stalder.
Mayor and Council, if Councilor Harrington sent that motion to the city clerk, I would like to hear it again because I'm a little bit confused. And once that gets there and the city clerk can reiterate it verbatim, then I may have more comments.
Fair. And I think we're just waiting for Councilmember Harrington's email with that language to get to the city clerk, and then we'll give.
Mr. Mayor, I sent it to the chief just now as well.
Okay, good. And we'll wait until everybody's had an opportunity to get those things pulled up. Councilmember O'Doherty, your question that prompted my clarification from the motion maker. Did that help? Did that assist with any of the question that you had, Councilmember O'Doherty?
Oh, maybe I made this up, but I seem to recall that Chief Stalder said something about this police and community group could be a precursor to something like an oversight board. So that's just wondering if I dreamt that or if you thought of something like that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure you'll probably be prepared to make a comment on that. Chief Stalder, have you been able to get the document with the language? It's okay if you haven't. We'll give it another minute.
Mayor and Council, I did get it. I have some concerns with it because in item 3, we're talking about a community oversight board. And in number 4, we're talking about a community group similar to the PACT over in Cheyenne. And I'm not sure how those two intersect. I'm not opposed to a community group, although, as I indicated, what I gave the city manager in the cover sheet, we already collaborate with a number of organizations around the community that do exactly what this amendment or motion speaks to. And I'm not sure what else we can gain beyond that we're already doing. So I do have some concerns. In the last line about managers shall collect data to evaluate programs instituted into this recommendation. We're not even looking at programs, we're looking at groups. So, without being more in depth, that would be, frankly, my off-the-cuff comments that I haven't had time to really think about.
Thank you, Chief Stoller. I have a question for you, if I can, which is that you mentioned the other organizations that you collaborate with that you think are already addressing what the motion states, and you say that's in the cover sheet. I'm looking through there, and I just wonder if you could point out for the council what you're referencing specifically, because I think it comes up in a couple of areas. So there's a 5-page cover sheet, and I wonder if you might just draw our attention to specifically what you're referencing there, Chief, if you can for us.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I don't have the cover sheet on my screen, and but when I provided information to the city manager, I mentioned we work with SAFE Project, we work with Probation and Parole, we work with COPSA, we work with a number of different organizations within the community, the university, LCCC. There was a long list.
I've found it, Chief Stalder. I think the paragraph that you're referencing for us is that City of Laramie Police Department is involved actively with many community and stakeholder groups and committees, including but not limited to SAFE Project, COPSA, Laramie Town and Gown Association, A-Team, UW Cares, LCCC Cares, Probation and Parole, DFS, Drug Court, Child Protection Team, and Adult Protective Services. And
yeah, that's correct. And I think by those, that list of stakeholders that we already have an in-depth relationship with a number of different community organizations that through discussions and quite frankly, minuted meetings, we show our transparency and our efforts to move forward different projects.
Thank you, Chief Stalder. I'm going to go to Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the chief had asked a question about the intersection of these two separate pieces. I think it's a little bit clumsy because we are taking two things, merging them into one under the community engagement resolution header. So that maybe explains a little bit of the stumble there. But I would say my intention is to include this group of residents in any sort of informative process for the council that may lead to a citizen oversight board. I think that's, I think that would be the intersection in my mind. I certainly would accept those changes to the data collection portion of this. As if we can come up with some language. I see the city manager has sent some over, but that section I would consider a friendly amendment to my motion, to my amendment, I suppose. But I don't know if that gets to the chief's question, but my intention here is to create this committee. It may have many of those people on it, but it would put them all into one group that would also function with residents that are not in those sort of professional roles in working in this this field, and maybe better representative of maybe the other side of the equation as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. Council, I feel like I should, since we've done it for the other recommendations, I should mention that recommendation 4, which is addressed in the amendment in a combination with the language brought forward by Councilmember Harrington. The votes in favor of the Police and Community Committee from the ad hoc group were 18 in favor, 0 votes against, 1 abstention, and 3 absences. And of course, you can all reference that in your own documents. But since we're considering a combination of the 2 recommendations now, Vice Mayor Pierce, and then I'll go to the chief next. Vice Mayor Pierce.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of a committee, I'm curious about the standing of this committee. You know, if we form a committee with specific members, this would be the first time, and this is my 10th year, you know, on council that we would do this. And without bylaws and specific guidelines, I'm just a little curious and frankly a little nervous about doing this. We've not done this before, to my knowledge, and maybe city manager could help me out here, understand, you know, how we've done it in the past. Like, what part of, is it the cart or the horse? What comes first? You know, do we get an idea and then the city manager and staff come to us with bylaws and then we vote to approve a committee? Or do we go about it like this and say, you know, we've got a few members and this is basically kind of their purpose and function? And I mean, what procedurally, how has this been done in the past?
City manager.
Through you, Mayor, Councilor, or Vice Mayor Pierce. Typically, the way I envision the process would be how we've instituted other boards and commissions of the city. From what I'm gleaning from the language, this wouldn't be an ad hoc or a temporary time-limited group. It would be an ongoing group. And so the way that you can do that is often through ordinance. Many of our boards and commissions, in fact, all of the city ones are implemented through ordinance, I believe. So it'd be 3 readings. Excuse me. Bylaws are typically developed then by the committee once they are constituted by ordinance. And so there's a lengthy deliberative process that would occur for the council to establish a permanent standing board or committee of the city.
Can I have a follow-up to that?
Yes.
So, yeah, thanks. So in light of that, I feel like to some extent we are really putting the cart before the horse. And it's not that it's a bad idea. I just feel like we either need to make the language much, much broader or come up with a different approach to this that we establish by ordinance and really go through the proper steps and procedures. So I guess at this time, I really can't support. I can't get there without basically more information.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. City Manager, I guess I have a follow-up question to that, because the way I understood your answer was the City Council would have to take some step to initiate a formation of a group and then go through the process of the membership and the bylaws. It wouldn't be the usual format to come up with membership and bylaws that first adopt the need or setting forth the policy that such a board would exist in the first place. So much like the vice mayor, except in the reverse direction, I'm kind of wondering horse, cart. I think we're asking the same question on opposite sides of the coin, City Manager.
Yeah, absolutely. Mayor, I think that the language is general enough that, it's a pretty common occurrence throughout the country to have police and committee kinds of boards or commissions that interface with police, like Traffic Commission works with engineering and public works, for instance. So I don't think it would be a lengthy process, candidly, if we put together an ordinance to establish a standing committee. Just to clarify what you said, though, that ordinance would establish the committee within the city's board and commission structure. It would also establish the membership, just like Traffic Commission. I'll use them as our corollary. Their membership is established in ordinance. But then the bylaws would be determined by the committee, usually. They'll adopt the bylaws at their first organizational meeting. And those bylaws are pretty standard and whatnot. If the council feels strongly, there's ways that you could, within the ordinance, maybe influence the bylaws, but the bylaws are typical across our boards and commissions for how they conducted their business. A relevant example I'll throw out there, Mayor, sorry, is the working group for police and committee, as you know, looked at the Cheyenne group. I do not know if the Cheyenne Police and Community kind of committee is formed by ordinance or if it was formed just by the chief himself, and perhaps that's why the chief has his hand raised.
Thank you, City Manager, and it is my intention to call on him next. Council members with your hands up, because he has been waiting, but we did get to another piece of the discussion that we had to have addressed. City Manager, just a quick follow-up to that last answer that you gave. It does occur to me that some of those commissions, like the Traffic Commission or the Planning Commission, also have definitions as to scope, definitions and limitations as to scope in their construction and in the ordinances and bylaws that govern those boards and commissions. For instance, we've recently reformed the Traffic Commission in terms of scope and definitions and limitations. And certainly the Planning and Zoning Commission has several, most of which I think are determined by state statute or governed by state statute. Chief Stalder.
Generally a fair statement. Yes, and the scope would be determined within the ordinance. As noted in our cover sheet, I think for any kind of committee like this, it would be really critical in the scope for the council to acknowledge the legal limitations. For instance, if I could just take a moment, if you don't mind.
Yes,
we talk about oversight boards, and we keep using that term, not only we here on the call and the members of the public, but the community and the country largely and generally. If we want to adhere to a strict definition, if I were to pull out Webster's dictionary right now and tell you what the definition of oversight was, I think we would all agree, absent me actually getting out the dictionary, that it implies giving direction to and exercising oversight over, right? It's a very pointed word. The way the amendment is on the floor right now, to me, is not assigning a committee to exercise oversight, authority, or give direction to the police department, because we recognize those legal limitations. So if we were to come back to you with an ordinance that would create a committee like this, my recommendation would be, and I think the city attorney would concur, it would be critical that the scope of work you assign to a committee like this would have to be very clearly articulated to not infringe upon Wyoming law.
Thank you, City Manager, for that. And of course, we're happy to make sure that the question was fully answered. So no problem. I am going to go to Chief Stalder now. Council members that have been waiting, I've seen you, and we'll get there, but I'd like to get to the Chief. Chief Stalder, thanks for waiting.
Mayor and Council, I'm not sure I could put my concerns more succinctly than what the City Manager did, is that what I believe is you're talking about two entirely different subjects here, whether it's a citizen oversight board or a group that comes together to have discussions about how the police operate. And that's been the discussion over, frankly, the last 2 years, is that the term citizen oversight is generalized and not specific. And while I'm not opposed to a police and community group, similar to something that Cheyenne has, I pointed out that we already collaborate with a number of community groups that have all of your included demographics on them, whether it's underserved or, you know, people who have been through the system. And while I don't believe that a citizen oversight board that can get into personnel matters or policy matters or internal workings of the police department outside of what we already have, which is, you know, that the city manager, civil service board council oversight that already exists, which I'm opposed to. I'm not opposed to looking at a collaborative group that can be educated about police matters, and that's addressed sort of in that I think it's a 6 point about Citizens Academy. So I think the city manager put that very well, and kind of differentiate these two, that 3 and number 4. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Chief Stother. I think I've got Councilmember Somerville next, then Councilmember Schmeckel, then Councilmember Harrington. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I have a point of clarification, and then maybe some comments specific to that answer. For Councilmember Harrington, is the motion, the amendment on the floor, the original language that you send out, or are we looking at the city manager's edits?
Councilmember Harrington for the question.
Mr. Mayor, the original language.
Thank you. Councilmember Somerville, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just touch on a few points. I think that, you know, they've been discussed. They were in our council packet. We've discussed them before. And one of the reasons that I have heartburn over some of the language that's in here is specific to the idea of an oversight board and including that language. I do agree that these are two different concepts. And just for public clarification, because we've had some comments, you know, I think it's important to recognize that a lot of the comments that we've gotten from the community, again, are not specifically directed at the Laramie Police Department, but at other agencies that have concerns about stuff that's going on. And I want to recognize that and make sure that we're clear on that point for the community. One of the other things I want to touch on is not only have we received information from our city attorney that talks about the serious issues we have with Wyoming statutes and any type of civilian oversight. And that includes not only the statutes assigning powers to the Civil Service Commission, which currently is the 3 members include the mayor and 2 citizen members appointed by the city council, but also the concerns relating access to personnel records and a variety of other things. While nationally this has been a big conversation, the reality on the ground when you're looking at something like this in your particular city or state is completely different depending on where you live and what laws govern that state. And in Wyoming, we have a significantly different landscape when it comes to those. During the discussions with the working group, and I appreciate the mayor bringing up the vote, the conversation about an oversight board in general was definitely the most divisive topic, as you can see by the vote. It only passed out of the committee by 2 votes, and we had 2 people absent and 2 people abstain. And it wasn't just that there was lawyers that were on the committee besides the city attorney, all telling us, you know, hey, even one of them even said, I support this concept, but we can't do it in Wyoming. We don't have the legal authority to do what we're being asked to look at. It was also, what is the priority in terms of trying to improve things in our community? Overwhelmingly, I think that committee really supported the mental health that we've already discussed as a huge priority. But this one seemed to fall lower on the list. They thought that our resources and our time some of the members felt that the resources and time could be spent elsewhere. I guess that's really what's led me to, while I hear the comments from the citizens and I hear the request, it really, unfortunately, I want to convey to the public, it does not at all seem like it is possible legally for the city to implement what they're asking. It would require state statutory changes, and that obviously is out of our purview and our landscape. And so while I hear those concerns, I just don't feel like we can do something like that specific to the oversight board. And I question the idea of continuing to put this on the city council. You know, we've had a resolution last year and the working group went through this, and now this language would say continue to investigate. Well, we've pretty much, all of our legal resources have told us we can't do this at this moment, and that it would be pretty hard to do anything because of the Civil Service Commission and access to personnel records, et cetera. And so I wonder about where we're spending our resources and our time. If there's other areas where we can make improvements, I feel like they'd be better spent there. I do understand the idea of a community committee, and maybe that's something that we can hone in on a little bit and potentially make that work. But I also agree with the comments that have been made that the scope and the work of that committee would have to be carefully crafted, again, to make sure we're not running afoul of any legal limitations. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Somerville. Council members, I fear that we may be straying somewhat from the current discussion. So I'm going to ask the staff to do two things for us. I'm going to ask the city clerk to read the pending motion from Councilmember Harrington in its entirety. And then I'm going to ask the city manager to share the suggested language that's been generated. City clerk, if you could just read the pending motion as brought forth by Councilmember Harrington and seconded.
The motion on the floor is to amend by inserting under 2 resident engagement. The city managers shall investigate the creation of a police and community committee to serve as a volunteer group to build a more effective partnership between the Laramie Police Department and the community, specifically looking at increasing transparency of department's activities. Membership on the committee would include formerly incarcerated individuals and individuals from underserved or otherwise disadvantaged groups from within the city. The city manager shall collect data to evaluate any program instituted under this recommendation. The city manager's office, in collaboration with the police and community committee, shall investigate the creation of a civilian oversight board that could function under Wyoming state statute and International City Managers Association guidelines.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And City Manager, I understand that you had some adjusted language that was referenced, or am I in error? If you do, could you please share that with us now?
I'd be happy to. And my attempt here was just to edit for cleanup, for like housekeeping, not to change the intention of the motion makers. So what I'd sent out is it would read, the city manager shall investigate the creation of a police and community committee to serve as a volunteer group for the purpose of building a more effective partnership between the Laramie Police Department and the community, specifically looking at increasing transparency of the police department's activities. Membership on the committee will include formerly incarcerated individuals and individuals from underserved or otherwise disadvantaged groups from within the city. The city manager shall collect data and report upon the committee's activities. And
Thank you, City Manager. And it was well understood that there wasn't an attempt there to change the intent, simply to bring clarifying language. Council, the reason I wanted us to hear both of those is because as I chair this meeting, I don't read either of those as creating a civilian oversight board. One motion still contains language to pursue further research into that area, which I think we've heard from members of the ad hoc board that they felt like there was insufficient time to answer all of the questions and issues raised by that, some of which we've referenced here with our own concerns. and our staff's concerns about statutory issues, but it certainly does not create said civilian oversight board. And I just fear that we're straying somewhat from the intent of the motion or the clarifying language. Councilmember Schmeckel, you've been waiting for some time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to basically say that most of my comments were eloquently stated by the city manager, and that I do stand with Councilmember Somerville and the Vice Mayor in thinking that this is duplicative of existing efforts, and part of that is that I think that the civilians do have an element of an oversight board over the council over the police force as it is. I think it's called City Council. I think that we are really good at listening to complaints from the public and being able to address them. I also think that we've been hearing some beginnings of a possible half measure of instituting a review board like what Cheyenne has. I think that that's been brought up a few times this evening. I will point out that there are structural differences between the relationship that the city of Cheyenne has with its police department. One of those is that police force in Cheyenne is unionized. And while they review all force of or use of force incidents, it's an adversarial process that those police officers have to take in order to protect themselves against it. Now, I am the son of a labor rights person. I'm pro-labor rights myself, but I do not feel that this council has the authority to ask our police department to unionize, which would be a likely outcome in what I'm seeing next steps of this being. And I strongly feel that if the intent of all this is to build public trust, that we shouldn't be destroying existing trust in order to make that happen. I really have severe reservations with the amendment, either as it stands or as the city manager has proposed or tried to clarify, particularly with her comment that it's not intending to change the direction of what the original amendment was. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmeckel, and thank you for waiting, because there were a number of clarifying questions that I wanted answered before we got to your point, so I appreciate that. Councilmember Harrington.
Mr. Mayor, I would accept certainly all of the city manager's edits on the first portion of I suppose the entirety of the first paragraph as a friendly amendment. If the second concurred, I do not view I wouldn't accept the removal of the second paragraph as a friendly amendment. The council will have to determine that by vote. I would just say the intention here is not a half measure. The intention here is to continue pursuing something that we were asked by the working group we created to give more time to. It very clearly in the amendment states that that this council would like this board to function under Wyoming state statute. So the concerns that this would not function under Wyoming state statute are addressed already in this amendment. So, Mr. Mayor, I have heard a lot of concerns about this, but I think if the language included in my amendment is very clear to many of those points. And so, Mr. Mayor, I would just say again, I'm not urging a half measure. I'm not urging destroying any sort of existing public trust in the police department. I'm simply urging the council to continue in an effort to understand how the residents of Laramie can more effectively engage with the police department and the city structure that oversees that, and then how we can include the residents of the city of Laramie in oversight of that, however is available to them under Wyoming state statute, which we all understand is quite limited. I'm asking for more time for this group to aid the city manager in uncovering what those options may be. So I would encourage an aye vote, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. Councilmember Gabriel.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to drag this out too long, but I think Councilmember Harrington brought up some really good points. I've heard some really good ones from Councilor Schmeckel as well. I'm kind of in the middle between all this. I think, though, that the final sentence or two shall investigate the creation that could function under Wyoming state statute says quite a bit. And I think at this point in all the discussion that I'm going to lean towards voting in favor, but certainly we'll listen to some more comments. But this has really been a good discussion. I appreciate everybody dialing in and really talking about what we want to do to improve our community. And I think that's what we're doing here tonight. So I appreciate the comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Gabriel, I want to thank you for that comment. I think that as we've gone on for the last year or so, I know there have been points of frustration, anxiety, and a number of emotions that have been associated with this discussion. And it's unfortunate, but I really appreciate how you touched on, it is an important topic. There are a number of valid perspectives, and that's why it's lengthy, that's why it's detailed, and that's why we've given it so much time. And I just really want to echo those comments. I have a question that I'd like to ask the city manager. City manager, I was looking at this book the other night that you've given to many of the city council people. It's a short book. It's about basically the way city manager, council governments work, which is a little bit different, as Council Member Schmeckel so rightly pointed out, than what we reference as the strong mayor type of government, which is sort of the traditional. The mayor's elected; they're the chief executive of the city, and so forth. Whereas this council manager form of government, not to get too into the weeds with it, functions more as the council in a overall policy creation role, whereas the city manager is relied on to execute the day-to-day and make policy suggestions, tweaks, and things like that, just to put it in a nutshell. So what I'd like to ask is this, and this is something, frankly, I've been wondering over the course of the last several years. If constituents contact me as a member of the council and they say to me, I really think that we need to change some things in the way that the Laramie Police Department functions, or I have these serious concerns about the Laramie Police Department that I want you as a council member to address. What I say to them and have said to them is that I can take those concerns and I can listen to what you have to say. But the way our system is structured is that my channel for that is to then to go to the city manager and say, city manager, here's what I've heard. Here are the concerns that we've heard. And we certainly have talked about this as a council and as staff members together and individually for 2 years now. And I can share those concerns with you as a member of the council, or even a group of council members, even 5 council members constituting a majority can share those concerns. What we don't do and what we cannot do in this system is then say to the chief, look, here's how this is going to work now because this is what the citizens have told us they want to see. That is not the way this system functions. We can say we'd like to see policy go in a different direction, but the city manager is the individual supervisor of departments, or in this case, the chiefs of police or the fire chief. It is the city manager that conducts that direct supervision, and if you'd like to call it that, oversight, not the city council. And we've had sort of some back and forth about this over the last 2 years with different members of the council, current members of the council, and I think it bears understanding that you can, in one sense, say that the city council operates as a type of civilian oversight over the police department, but looked at another way, that isn't the city council's role at all. And that is not really an authority that's granted to the city council. What the city council can do is individually or in a group communicate to the city manager concerns. And of course, the city manager and the chief of police also have their own professional standards by which they operate. So there's buffers. There are buffers that exist in the council management system, and I would dare say even in the strong, quote unquote, strong mayor version as well. and one of which was mentioned by the councilman in the previous comments, which is a unionized police force, which is something I was not aware of in Cheyenne. But I think that has to be understood. And City Manager, I hate to do this to you, but I just ask you to confirm that assessment of the way this system works for our discussion. And once again, for members of the public that may be interested in this or reading about it later. Is that an accurate description of the way we have to work on a policy in the city of Laramie?
Yeah, I think in general, Mayor, I would agree, and I'm going to ask the city attorney to weigh in here as well. But I did want to point out, with respect to public policy, like you guys are talking about tonight, the council do have the authority to direct, the public policy element of policing. For instance, to say we would like to look at alternative response models for mental health policing. But you're correct in respect of the day-to-day management of personnel, and those activities of personnel, those are managed by the city manager and most importantly, the police chief as well in a collaborative way. What I think is important and maybe wasn't touched on is to remember that police officers in Wyoming, by state law, have civil service protections. So whether in a strong mayor form of government like Cheyenne or here in a city manager council form of government, we all are subservient to the civil service protections of law enforcement officers and our firefighters as well. And that's something that we all abide by.
Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your willingness to sort of tack on to that topic. I see that we've got Chief Stalder. Councilmember O'Doherty, are you willing to let Chief Stalder comment now before we? Okay, Chief Stalder, please. Anything you can add to our discussion? Chief Stalder, we can't.
Sorry.
There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Sometimes my button doesn't work. I just want to make a comment to the city manager's comment. Not all city police departments in the city of Wyoming have civil service protection. It's only Class A cities. It doesn't really matter. I just wanted to clarify that point. And then at this point or at some other point, I would like to drill down on the exact motion so I can inform my people of it, of the outcome of it in the coming days. But I'll wait for that. And I'd ask the city clerk to reiterate the exact motion, because I'm confused whether we look into a citizens committee or we look into citizens community committee and continue to explore citizen oversight. Thank you.
Chief Stalder, I think I can help you out with that. The motion that's on the table right now is to form the Citizens Committee and also to continue and essentially task that group and the city manager to continue the investigation of different models for civilian oversight boards, because there's so many. And as we heard as a council, I think that's what this motion is trying to address. There was a feeling that there wasn't sufficient time to explore and investigate everything related to that. And so the current motion does both of those. Chief Stalder, that's what we're looking at.
Mayor, thank you.
No problem. I appreciate it. And thanks for hanging in there with us on this discussion. Councilmember O'Doherty, thanks for waiting.
So I just have a question about the Civil Service Commission. To me, it looks like it kind of acts like a union rep for the police and fire. I know fire has its union, but when I read their responsibilities, it looks like it's more to protect the civil service side rather than like to provide. I guess it talks about it's generic things about coming up with the structure of how people get raises and stuff. Is that Am I understanding it right that that couldn't serve this role? That's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Council Member O'Doherty, I'm going to answer as much of that question as I can. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to ask the city attorney to prepare to weigh in a little bit, but or a lot. Part of it is the raises and promotions aspect that you talked about. And another and significant piece of it, although not often exercised, is it creates a due process format for employee termination and issues of that nature. City Attorney, I see that you're here to join us.
Well, let me make sure I understand your question, Councilor O'Doherty. Was it that the Civil Service Commission is there to protect police officers? Is that your question?
Yeah, it looks like the role is to like advocate for the civil service employees.
No, it is not. It has to pass upon all hiring, firing, serious discipline, and testing and some other matters. They don't advocate for or against the members of the fire or police department. If a member of the fire or police department is going to be disciplined beyond the de minimis level, then that has to be brought before the Civil Service Commission for them to confirm that it has been done for just cause, essentially. So they don't advocate for anybody. They can turn into and have in the past turned into mini trials, not even mini trials, where the Civil Service Commission is finally the judge as to whether, in the case of hiring, firing, and discipline, that they were done on a sufficient basis and that the evidence is proper and solid regarding that basis.
Councilmember O'Doherty, do
I have a follow-up. So, yes. But it still wouldn't give the public a place to make a complaint, right?
Have we moved on to complaints?
Not yet.
No, I'm just wondering if there's any overlap between the Civil Service Commission and what could be an oversight board, if they could play that role at all. But I'm really confused.
Well, let me state my confusion. Civilian Oversight Board is being thrown around as a term that means something. I don't know what it means. There are many things a Civilian Oversight Board could do that does not involve involvement in operational or other personnel decisions. So that confuses me, and maybe that leads to your confusion. The Civilian Oversight Board will have no ability to hire, fire, or discipline, whether it's fire or police. They just won't have it.
City Attorney, I think that lends itself to some clarity with this discussion. I appreciate your last point. Councilmember O'Doherty, do you have any follow-up?
I just was trying to figure out if the civil service, they would never bring forward that someone should be dismissed. It's only if someone was dismissed that it's brought before civil service. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so.
Councilmember O'Doherty, did that answer a question that you needed an answer for? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. City Attorney, thank you. All right. Some fairly wide-ranging discussion here. Are you prepared to hear public comment on the motion to amend? All right. Thank you, everyone, and members of the public. I'd like to recognize first Tracy Rosalind. Ms. Rosalind, please, you have the floor. And then I see the other hands.
Mayors, members of council, thank you so much for taking my comment again. I just wanted to provide some feedback based on the discussions that were had. I would say that there are issues with how LPD officers police in our community. I personally have had experiences that are questionable and relate to my volatile child who has a disability in regards to how the officers conduct themselves. While it may not go against policy, I still think these things can be improved upon. Plus, ACOP gets a number, really numerous complaints regarding LPD. These residents come to us because they're not comfortable complaining to a governmental entity. So if there were an aspect of hiring, firing, etc., as the city attorney mentioned in the oversight, it would be prohibited per state statute, but an oversight board structure has not been defined yet, so I don't think we can say that it is going to go against state statute at this time. Additionally, there are no actual police unions in Wyoming in respect to the standard police union definition. The organization in Cheyenne is a nonprofit member-run advocacy organization as opposed to a union. And then additionally, I just wanted to mention, oversight in itself is typically defined as an independent entity that has access to policing policies and can provide a non-law enforcement viewpoint, but that is still informed by policy. And so what we gain when we properly implement some type of community oversight is public trust, better communication between our policing structure and our residents. And, I think the final point that I just wanted to address was, I recognize that LPD does work with a lot of organizations locally, but none of those are oversight organizations, nor is their interest to increase transparency. And so based on that, I still urge you to support the amended text as it's written to create this community board and look into further oversight options that could be implemented here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and patience in waiting to share them. Next up, we've got Mr. Norton. Let's let Taylor Norton into the room to make a comment. Mr. Norton.
Hi there. Thanks again for letting me speak. I would like to echo the sentiments of the previous commenter, especially those regarding the legality of the proposal. The vague definitions and the specific clause stating that it would operate within state statute indicate to me that it would be perfectly legal whatever ended up being implemented in the end. I also find a little bit of disappointment in those city council members who seem to be approaching this with a defeatist attitude of it can't be done, so we shouldn't try. I personally subscribe to the school of thought that elected officials should do everything that they can and try to find workarounds if possible to meet the needs and desires of their constituents. And I certainly encourage a mindset close to that to any and all of the people sitting on this council. Moreover, I would like to iterate that I don't personally concern myself with the need or the desire rather of the police department to increase its public engagement. The police department has ample public engagement activities that it participates in throughout the year. I merely, in my capacity as a citizen of the city and as someone observing these particular meetings, have sat through multiple presentations by the police chief going over successful community engagement and outreach activities. And I don't think that paying lip service to the idea that they need more of that is going to accomplish anything. I think that's merely a side issue that doesn't address any of the discussions that have been ongoing with regards to this issue. And to the notion that the city council acts as the civilian oversight board for the community, I just want to also point out that this particular discussion has been ongoing with this council alone for nearly 2 years now, and we're just now getting to this point where we think we might be looking further into possibly someday implementing something kind of resembling a community oversight board. The bureaucratic process is slow, and I'm certainly not knocking anybody for participating in that or the fact that it has taken this long necessarily. It's just that I don't think that looking to city council to be the micromanagers of the police is an appropriate attitude to have, and rather a community oversight board would, again, increase trust, as the previous commenter mentioned, among other things, and it would be a simpler and more quick avenue for people to express complaints that they have with governmental institutions. And I would certainly like to see that as divorced from the police as possible. I don't think it's appropriate for the police to be in charge of policing themselves and to be handling and fielding all complaints. So that I think gets to the heart of everything I was trying to say. And again, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Norton, for your comments and your dedication, along with everyone else that has stayed with us to share their views on the discussion. Council members, we've had a pretty extensive discussion, and I'd like to suggest to the council members that throughout the course of this discussion, we've discussed the merits of both recommendations 3 and 4, regardless of how this particular vote goes forward. So I'd hope that we would be prepared to vote on these in fairly rapid succession as we move through the rest of the resolution. Just a word of encouragement. Are we prepared to vote on the motion to amend? Thank you. Vice Mayor Pierce.
Yeah, thanks. Can we just have it read one more time? Because I'm still confused if we are on city manager's version or Councilor Harrington's version, and does it have the word oversight in it?
Yes, it is Councilor Harrington's version. It does contain the language "continue to investigate oversight board."
Okay, then I don't need to hear it again. Thanks.
All right. Everyone else clear on the motion they're voting on? Any other comments that want to be made? Councilmember O'Doherty.
So this is the exact text right now, what's under resident engagement, the 2 paragraphs.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct. Any further questions or clarification before we go to a vote? Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to state I'm going to be opposed to this motion specifically because of the oversight language that's in there. But I do support the community group. So I guess my hope is that we can continue that discussion.
All right. Councilmember O'Doherty.
So can we divide the amendment?
You certainly have the option to I believe we have to vote to divide the amendment. Is that correct, City Clerk?
Mayor, you can amend your amendment. You can do that up to 2 times, before it's totally done,
Yep, right. So I want to point a procedure here for the council. If this motion fails, then we immediately go back to the recommendation number 3. We vote on that. However that vote goes, then we go to item number 4. We vote on that. However that vote goes. So there may be little need to divide. Yes, City Clerk. In my view, there's little need to divide. City Clerk.
Mayor, as our motions currently stand, right now we have this amendment, the second amendment, to add in this language as previously shown in our resolution. If this passes or fails, we go back to the main motion for the resolution with the one single adopted amendment to the resolution.
Right, City Clerk, and then the next language or the next series of recommendations remains unchanged and unadopted, is the way I see that. Thank you. Everyone clear? Okay. City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Humby.
Yes.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schmeckel,
No.
Schuster, Somerville,
No.
Pierce,
No.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 5 yeses and 4 nos, Your Honor.
That motion carries. We're back on the main resolution as amended, which would bring us now to recommendation 5. Discussion on recommendation number 5. Recommendation number 5 for purposes of introduction is that the City Council should investigate the creation of a citizen academy. The City Council should collect data to evaluate any program instituted under this recommendation. I think simply to follow the format, as has been pointed out several times, I anticipate the language here would need to change to recommend that the city manager's office investigate the creation of a citizen academy with staff designees. The votes in favor in the ad hoc committee were 13, 4 against, 2 abstentions, and 3 absences. Discussion on this item. I would add this point. There was some discussion about concern around how this program would be implemented in terms of cost and what would be required for conducting Citizens Police Academy classes. It was discussed that that would largely fall to members of the police department to be heavily involved in that, which would create additional responsibilities for those members of the police department. And in the ad hoc committee, I voted against it for that reason, because my feeling is we already have a number of budgetary concerns and very, very little room to add more. And frankly, very little room to ask members of the police department to do any more than they're currently tasked with. And I would say even particularly in light of the measures we're considering tonight. Councilmember O'Doherty.
I feel like this recommendation, the parts that I like about it are covered with the last recommendation, and I really don't want to train up a bunch of people who, without full training, think that they are police officers and can go around, thinking that they have the right to be vigilantes or something. So I oppose this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty. Council members, other thoughts? Let me see if there's any public comment on this. Yes, Mr. Harris. Let's let Billy Harris. Mr. Harris, you have the floor.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'll agree with Councilor Member O'Doherty in opposing this recommendation, because I think the points about police academy or police citizen academy and their ineffectiveness and sort of the irrelevance in any of this discussion of police reform are pretty solid. And I think it also supports a sort of distorted conception of the responsibility and danger of the careers of police officers, especially in a town like Laramie. So I just want to throw in a support for the opposition of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next up for public comment, it's Mr. Norton. Mr. Norton, you have the floor.
Hello, thank you. I'm sure you're all tired of hearing my voice. I just want to real quickly say that I also oppose the 5th recommendations for all of the same reasons that have been stated already, and I honestly don't even have anything to add. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Rosalind. Ms. Rosalind, you've got the floor.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of council. I just would like to urge you to oppose this for the same reasons that the Mayor and the previous speakers have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments? Seeing none, go back to the council. Councilmember Cumby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I oppose this measure because I believe it's premature. We've just passed the development of a community police committee, and possibly in the future this might evolve from that. But I think we need to get that up off the ground before, we overcomplicate things. So I will be opposed to this.
Thank you, Councilmember Cumby. Other comments? City Manager, I'd like to ask you a question, and I'd like you to cast your thoughts back and recall the discussion in the ad hoc committee about this. And I do recall that there was a concern about demands on personnel and about how that might be paid for. And I don't want to mischaracterize that. And I was just looking for somebody else on the committee to speak to that fiscal portion of that, because that's frankly my only objection to this at this point. But I do recall that being a somewhat significant concern. Do you have any recollections as to that topic?
Mayor, I do recall there was a concern expressed notably by the chief, and then we've echoed that in the cover sheet for this item. We noted there that we did have reductions in state shared revenue a few years ago that did require the city to relinquish our staffing grants from the Department of Justice. And since that time, we really just haven't had the capacity to fill the crime prevention officer position. The chief and I estimate the cost of that position is about $82,000 per year. And if it were filled, then that person could create a program of this nature. But it would be wrong for us to tell you that having that one position would be enough to create and then execute a citizen academy. While that position could, sort of create the program, there would be still insufficient staffing to sort of deliver the program in terms of creating and presenting the teaching modules, doing backgrounds on participants, scheduling logistics, that kind of thing. So we did memorialize that in the cover sheet, and just note that if this were to move forward, that my suggestion would be that the City Council would want to make the institution of any Citizen Academy contingent upon not only your budgetary authorization, but also contingent upon ongoing stability in our major revenue receipts, like the fifth penny general purpose tax, the state direct distribution, etc.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I knew you'd be able to speak a little bit to the detail in terms of the fiscal concern around that. Also, Council, I would suggest that that might be a matter for discussion of the potential Police and Community Relations Board to talk about, and what the needs are there, and what a Citizens Police Academy might serve in terms of the community. Are you prepared for a vote on the recommendation, Council members? City Clerk?
Mayor, we don't actually have a motion on the floor for that recommendation.
Thank you very much. Is anyone prepared to make a motion to adopt, or to, I guess we could have a negative motion in the negative. Is anybody prepared? City Clerk?
Mayor,
yes.
Oh, I was just going to say, if it's not brought to the floor as a motion to amend the main motion, then it's just not included in your resolution this evening.
Very good. That helps. Thank you, City Clerk. Is everybody clear there? I can just move on, I think, is what I've heard procedure. All right. I think that's an idea. I'm just going to say this. I think it's an idea that has some merit, but I think it has additional concerns. I don't think it would necessarily be unwelcome in the future to talk about it. That takes us to recommendation 6. The City Council should investigate Councilmember Somerville, do you have something related to the last item, or are you just getting your hand up ready?
Mayor, actually, I'm not. This is not a point of order, but it is a request. I would ask that the council take a 15-minute recess. I want to work some language for number 6 based on the previous motions, and I want to take a minute to do it. And we've been going for about 2.5 hours tonight.
How about a 7-minute recess?
Sure, sounds great. I'll write fast.
I anticipate that not everyone has the patience for a 15-minute recess. Every hour seems to be 2 with our meeting. So let's just take a 7-minute recess and we'll reconvene. Thank you. session. And we are, thank you, council members, for your commitment to getting this work done tonight. We are on recommendation 6. The recommendation forwarded to the city council from the ad hoc committee states the city council should investigate a complaint process that allows citizens to file complaints outside of the Laramie Police Department. The votes in favor were 18, the votes against were 0, there was 1 abstention and 3 absences. Councilmember O'Doherty. Okay, Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. In an attempt to make this a little clear based on the previous conversations that we've had, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion here to add under the 3rd bullet point on the resolution. Sorry, I just lost it there. To insert, the city manager shall bring to city council a policy to establish a complaint process that allows citizens to file complaints outside of the Laramie Police Department.
Thank you, Councilmember Somerville.
I'll second.
Second from Councilmember Pierce, or Vice Mayor Pierce. Thank you, Vice Mayor Pierce. Councilmember O'Doherty.
Although I appreciate that there are multiple ways to file complaints outside of the police department, I think that obviously what we've heard from ACOP is that there are complaints that are not getting there. So I feel like we need a different body to accept those complaints, to bring them forward. It doesn't mean if the person in the public has a complaint and they're willing to tell a third party, if that third party, then it's the information from the public to the third party. If the third party can relay that to the city, I'm curious what happens to the complaints that ACOP has heard about. And like when I tried to use the city website to make a complaint, even if you can stay anonymous, you have to specify the date and time. Well, if an officer pulled somebody over and said, how much have you ladies been drinking tonight when they're doing DoorDash? You know, if I say the date and time, then we know who that officer is, and then they know who they pulled over. So it's not really anonymous. So I feel like we need, outside of the city police department, a process that's truly can remain anonymous and that citizens are comfortable with. And that's what I would like us to create. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty. City Manager, based on the conversations from the ad hoc committee, I want to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about what is in place and what has recently been implemented, and I think may have even been in the works or had started at the time of the ad hoc committee's discussion that address at least some of this, and to talk a little bit about what complaint processes are in place now, and if there have been any recent changes to the complaint processes for us.
Sure, Mayor, I'd be happy to. Did include links to the various ways that folks can submit complaints through our city website, which does seem to be probably the most popular way we receive complaints or concerns from citizens for any service, policing services being one of the many. Right now, the police chief instituted on the web page within our broader website, within the police department's web page itself, an anonymous complaint form where folks can go and submit that complaint through the department's page. On the city's general, just forward-facing page at cityoflaramie.org, on that very first page, there is an icon that says report a concern. That's a second way that the public can report a concern about any city service, but policing services included, and that will direct to the appropriate department selected by the complainant. I occasionally receive concerns directly through that portal. In addition to using the website, citizens can and do make complaints in other ways, both to myself and to the police chief. They do that in person, by telephone, or by email. And of course, when they come to my office, I can keep those as anonymous as possible. And then what I will do is work with the police chief for investigation, follow up with that person regarding outcomes. And I think it's important to point out that when we do receive complaints, and I'm going to generalize this to a complaint about any service that the city offers, policing being just one, it is important to have facts surrounding the allegation that's being made. And unfortunately, I think Councilor O'Doherty's comment, I certainly understand it, but I'll be honest, I'm going to be hard-pressed to find a way to investigate any complaint about any city service that doesn't probably end up capturing some identifying information. Because when we receive a customer service complaint, no matter where it is, we have to understand, well, what date and time did this thing happen? And who was the city employee with whom you interacted? And what were the circumstances of that interaction? And what did you consider to be inappropriate in that interaction? We have to have those facts in order to make a legitimate personnel investigation. So I understand 100% why people might be concerned about making complaints to law enforcement directly about law enforcement. That's part of the role of the city manager, the city attorney's office. We're civilians in that structure and standing outside of it. But I don't know that it's going to be entirely possible to maintain complete anonymity for a complainant if we are going to do a proper legitimate due process investigation when it comes to complaints about how our employees perform, whether they're in the police department or whether they're in recreation, for example.
Thank you, City Manager. Discussion. Got a point that I'd like to make. Oh, I'll go to Councilmember Somerville first.
Mayor, feel free. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Somerville. Council members, my concern is that I think we've heard tonight and we've heard before that there's a concern about forwarding any complaints about the Laramie Police Department to the city, government entity, period. And I just don't know how we can facilitate that as the city in a way that doesn't have someone have to engage in a process where they talk to or at least forward concerns to a government entity. I don't really think there's any way to do that. So that concerns me a little bit about this in general. Although I'd go back and just point to the ad hoc committee's support for developing some sort of a channel for this. Thank you. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. You hit a couple of things I already wanted to touch on. This was pretty unanimous across the committee. And it seemed not that there were, and to be fair, the city manager and the chief did spend a lot of time explaining to the committee what was going on and what changes had been recently made and that they were working on it. It seemed more of a need to memorialize that in the public and to send that message to the public that these are your ways and that there's a number of ways. It's not necessarily that, there's no way to get around, right? Having the police chief involved in terms of how we have to operate things. So I think that's more of the spirit of this rather than saying create some whole new process or do something completely different. Just bringing it to council to publicly memorialize those options for the public.
Thank you, Councilmember Somerville. And I do think there's some value in that. City Manager, I think I heard you say that there's some things that could probably be, some ideas that could probably still be brought forth. None of them are going to be 100% in alignment with the suggested process, but there are some things that we can probably do even still. And I think I've heard you affirm that again for us tonight.
Yeah, Mayor, and I would say, I welcome the direction from council and the challenge to sort of sleuth this out with the city attorney and the police chief to see if there's ways that we can maximize anonymity, right? But I felt like I would be derelict of duty if I didn't tell you I don't know if there is a perfect way.
Certainly. And that's I wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of make that comment again, because that's the way I think our council feels as well. If we look at this realistically, yes, there's things we can take a look at, some things that we can try, but there's still going to be certain limitations on that, just given the reasons that we've already covered here. Council, other discussion on this? All right, let's take a vote. City clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we need public comment on the measure. Thank you, City Clerk. I'm sorry, members of the public. Let's see. Let's go to Tracy Rosalind. Ms. Rosalind, got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I just wanted to say that I'm strongly in support of this recommendation, and that even with some identifying information that may be gathered from a complainant who wanted to remain anonymous, that having an outside entity to receive that, even if it was created by the local government, would provide a buffer should something happen, and any actions could then still be in the public purview. And so I think that that's an important perspective to have for this, is that it provides a safety net, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Norton, you have the floor. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Norton.
Hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were already listening to me. I just want to say I completely agree with Dr. Rosalind's sentiments 100%, and have nothing else to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris.
Hello again, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just want to add, sort of in response to Mayor Weaver's comments about a general distrust of the local government. I think, at least from what I've gathered and what I understand, there's a less so a distrust for the government in general, but just like the two facets of complaints being available to the public are either the police department or the city manager's office. And I think the willingness and showing of the city manager's office to exclusively understand this entire discussion and the research process through the police department and the police chief specifically, and sort of the proximity of those two departments of our local government is the issue for me. I don't feel like there's enough separation between the city manager's office and the police department for me and people who I've discussed with making a complaint knowing that the separation of those two departments is significant enough. I'm in support of a separate complaint process. I think the structure and funding that a city government has is possible to have third-party allotment for some sort of complaint system that is separated from those two departments. And I also want to add too that a complaint process does not necessarily have to be based around punitive measures. Not everyone is filing a complaint to be like, yes, I would like this police officer to be punished in this way for the way that they interacted with me. I think having a database and having data about how police officers are interacting with the public and the complaints people have is relevant outside of punitive measures and can be considered in punitive measures later, but if necessary. But I think solely basing a complaint process around just investigating punitive measures it's not as functional as it could be, and there's a way to imagine a complaint system that could be more beneficial and more equitable to people who have complaints regardless of any desire of punishing anyone, but just want to express dissatisfaction with city employees. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cushman? Let's let Mr. Cushman in the room. Mr. Cushman, please.
I just wanted to let you know that there is a database anyway that does keep track of stuff. The problem here is going to be in the release of information that goes the other way. So if you have somebody that makes a complaint, how would they know that anybody has ever listened to it unless there's at least specific enough information for someone to call them back and say, hey, we looked into it. And we, even though that they can't reveal exactly what happened because of state law and other personal information, they would at least get a call back to say that your complaint was looked into. If it's anonymous, then what you have is that you have basically a complaint that goes into a void where you will not get any information back. You don't know whether it's reached anything. And the idea about having databases that goes beyond the police department, one, it's statutorily, I think, wrong. But second of all is that's where all things reside in personnel files at the police department. And those would be the ones that people really want to see if anything ever happens. And I think that that's going to be the problem with any type of anonymous things, is that no one will be notified about what could happen because they don't trust to leave their name. And obviously they probably wouldn't trust what type of information came back from an investigation that was done by the police department on what their actions were. So the anonymous things has a double-edged sword for me, is that you just don't get the information back to the person that really wants to know what happened to my complaint. And at least if you leave your name, you'll get a call back to say that this was taken care of and it was addressed. We can't tell you specifically what it was, but at least you'll know that your complaint went someplace and something was done. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cushman. Thanks for waiting for your comments. City Manager, I saw you had a hand up. I wanted to give you an opportunity to say.
Mayor, I guess I just wanted to point out that, I certainly hear the concern of residents that maybe don't understand the structure and how the departments interact. But City Manager's office is the hiring and firing authority for all of the department heads, which includes the fire chief and the police chief. And I would also point out that so the level of authority that the city manager has is to remove the police chief if there's something untoward in the police department, or to remove any employee with certain restrictions earlier, such as civil service protections under statute. The other thing that I would point out is that I always have the ability to engage outside third parties to conduct investigations. And there have been circumstances in my tenure here, not with respect to the police department, but in other personnel matters where we have brought in outside folks to look into things. So that's an authority that I have and that I have executed in other areas of the city, not police, I want to be clear, but that I certainly could. I do not have to work through the police chief to investigate complaints of the policing services that the city provides. But, just to be clear, if it's a minor complaint that somebody felt they weren't necessarily spoken to in the kindest way, that may not rise to the level of bringing in some outside authority to look into the conduct of an officer. That's something that is certainly within the authority and the management training of myself, the chief, and his command team at the police department to look into, to investigate, to either substantiate or unsubstantiate, and then to follow up with corrective action with the police officers if necessary.
Appreciate that.
It's not just there is a significant division, and I don't know that folks maybe do understand that completely.
Thank you, City Manager. I have a question for you. Prior to your role as City Manager, you also worked for the City of Laramie before. You've been with the City of Laramie for some time, and on this call, with perhaps the exception of Chief Stalder and Councilmember Schuster, been here longer and seen more than anybody else. And I have a question for you, and that is, in the last 20 years, or at least going back to your employment with the city, has a police chief been terminated by the City Manager?
Mayor, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. If memory served, I thought I had a recollection of that as well. Councilmember O'Doherty, I have a public comment still waiting that I didn't see before, but I can go to you if you'd like to speak now. All right, and I apologize, members of the public. We'd like to recognize Amanda Pittman. Oh, no, the hands are down. All right, well, if they come back or to speak again. Councilmember O'Doherty.
I just want to say for members of the public, in the 3+ years that I've been on city council, anytime someone has sent a complaint to a city councilor about some incident with the police, I've sent it, and it's been rare, but it doesn't happen very often. But when it does happen, we send it to Chief Stalder. He looks into the incident and gets back to us. I have absolute faith that our city manager and that Chief Stalder will look into things if we make complaints. So I just want to make that clear. I just would like to have a system for things that are more generic, like attitude things. Like, I don't want to get a particular, police officer in trouble, but this, happens to us, so can I make a generic kind of thing? And I think I should just go to city manager if I want to relay those things.
Chief Stalder, I see that you've raised your hand. Go ahead.
Mayor and Council, well, I appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate the concerns about community members' concerns about transparency in the police department for the investigation of a citizen's complaint and an outside portal for that. I would point out, as in the cover sheet, that whether that complaint or concern is lodged outside the police department or even further outside the city, that complaint or concern has to come back to the police department for investigation, because immediately that becomes a personnel matter which is not open to the public, as we've discussed with citizen oversight. And so that even the city manager relies on my honesty and my integrity to return to her, or if it was an outside entity that received that complaint, they have to rely on my honesty and integrity to the outcome of that, whether it's substantiated, unsubstantiated, founded, or otherwise. And so without the public's ability to access our databases and access our personnel matters, which all of these things become, it doesn't matter where that complaint comes through, whether it's my office, the city manager's office, or an outside independent entity. It has to come back to me per state statute and per our organizational structure to do a proper, ethical, moral investigation of that citizen's complaint. And I think what the city managers told you tonight, and what I would reiterate, is that in my near 14 years of service as the police chief, in my near 42 full years as a police officer in the city of Laramie, there's never been an allegation from outside the city of Laramie that was substantiated that we did anything except conduct that absolutely unbiased, thorough investigation of that citizen concern. So I think that's an important point for this council to consider, is that you have history here. And as you indicated, Mayor, in this group and with the participants and attendees, I'm the longest tenured person here. And I can honestly tell you that when there was wrongdoing within the police department, it was uncovered and it was dealt with appropriately. And I have a long history and could document that. But we need to understand that the police department has a moral and ethical background that is responsive to our community. Councillor O'Doherty mentioned that, but I think that other councillors and certainly the city managers would reiterate that we do not cover up wrongdoing. We root it out, we deal with it, and we deal with it properly. So I just wanted to point that out, and it's a frustration only that there's that concern out in the community, and the concerns that came through earlier by members in the attendee list that they've received complaints. Until those complaints come to us, we can't deal with them. And I think that has to be understood. If somebody has a complaint about the police department, but don't bring it to us, we can't deal with it. So it's not a complaint at that point. And I just want to go back to that and reiterate that in this discussion about how we intake complaints. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Stoller. I think those comments were more fair in the context of our discussion. Councilmember O'Doherty.
I just wanted to say I saw like a depository for complaints that by definition, if it's anonymous, then the person is saying, I don't need you to get back to me. I just want to let you know this happened. So I think there's a place for completely anonymous, as long as they understand if it's completely anonymous that you won't get the feedback, because then it has to be in directly. I was just wondering if in the reported complaint, if things could go directly to HR. Thanks.
Sounds
and
like
again, they wouldn't necessarily get feedback because HR can't give it, but they would have a complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty. I think that's probably a question for the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor O'Doherty. That's certainly possible. Yeah, it could go directly to HR, it could come directly to me. But in either case, as the chief had said, our director, myself, would work together, and likely the chief being involved, unless I guess the complaint was about the chief.
Council members, you ready to vote on Councilmember Somerville's amendment? Okay. Oh,
can we see it in front of us again? If the clerk had it, thank you.
It reads, the city manager shall bring to city council a policy to establish a complaint process that allows citizens to file complaints outside the Laramie Police Department. City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Gumby.
No.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
O'Doherty.
Yes.
Schmeckel.
No.
Schuster.
No.
Somerville.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 6 yeses and 3 noes, Your Honor.
All right, that motion carries. Council, that brings us to the main motion as amended. Each of these items has had considerable discussion individually. Is there any further comment or questions? Yes, Councilmember Gabriel.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't want to muddle things up, but I feel I need to.
Okay.
And having voted in favor of Councilor Harrington's amendment concerning civilian oversight boards, I would move to reconsider that vote. I've had some different thoughts about my vote and would like to reconsider.
That is your privilege, and I believe it can still be done in the context of the meeting as it stands. So is the motion to reconsider, to reopen that for consideration and then to have another vote?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Gabriel. Vice Mayor Pierce is second. All right, I believe we have to vote on that and then go to the vote, to the second vote. So let me think. What do we need to vote-wise for reconsideration? Is a simple majority vote, City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor.
All right. Why don't we just have a roll call vote?
Cumbie.
Yeah.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
O'Doherty.
Yes.
Schmickel.
Yes.
Schuster.
Yes.
Somerville.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 9 yeses and 0 noes, Your Honor.
Thank you. On to the motion to reconsider. Councilmember Gabriel, anything else to add?
I was wavering on my discussion I said earlier about which way to go, and I felt I needed to bring this back up for further discussion, and I've changed my stance on this, and I feel I just don't feel real comfortable about the oversight board position that I took earlier. And so that's why I wanted the council to reconsider.
Other discussion? Councilmember O'Doherty?
I believe we're just investigating it with that group, so I think that you have plenty of time to vote against an oversight board. Thank you.
Other discussion? Councilmember Cumbie?
I would just like to learn more about the options, and I have great reservations about an oversight board, but I would like to learn more before I make any kind of decision.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrington?
Mr. Mayor, that's exactly what the amendment would do, is allow more time for us, members of the public and members of staff, to understand the options. So I would encourage a yes vote again on the amendment.
Anybody else for the first time? Well, I'll say this, with the exception of the mental health recommendation as amended, I would hate for anybody on the council to think that I felt comfortable about any of these recommendations. Comfortable is not the way I'm feeling. I think this has been a pretty uncomfortable process. And I frankly hear points from across the community and city staff that lend to that discomfort with nearly every one of these. They're not particularly easy votes. I was going to make some comments before the final vote, but I think I'll just make them now, and what we won't need to have further discussion later, which is that the word oversight just seems to be so charged for people, and that's interesting to me because I think in the discussion what we've heard is that there isn't a specific meaning that we can attach to that. At this stage in any of the discussions that we've had, it seems to have different connotations depending on how you look at it. And I think what we have had is a lot of clarity around what the state, at least what we consider to be reliable interpretations of the state statute, governs in terms of personnel records, and how that might that might come into play. And of course, the other thing that I'd like to mention is that the council has not approved the creation of a civilian oversight board. I think what we've acknowledged, or at least what informed my vote, was a discussion about the need to do more work on it, because it's such a enormous topic that there isn't a real clear guide map for us to follow in Wyoming, and specifically in the city of Laramie. I'm not certain that the council ever would adopt a civilian oversight board at any point. But the vote to continue to look at it seriously and use some new sources and use some familiar sources to us to keep talking about it seemed to have some value. But we all have to vote to do what we think is right, and it's a challenging topic. That's all I have to say about it. Anybody else want to speak again, or for their first time? Councilmember O'Doherty, for your second time.
I would just, part of that discovery process would be if Casper has something and Cheyenne has something, then clearly there's something within state statute that could give a little more connection with the community, and so that's why I'm interested in looking into it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty. Anybody else? Well, regardless of how this vote goes, the other thing I wanted to make the other comment I wanted to make after this, but I'll just make it now and not say it later, is that I think the city of Laramie is really fortunate to have the government structure that it does, and frankly, the personnel that it does at this time. The police have done nothing but engage in this process. They've certainly been truthful about what they liked and didn't like, but they have not been over the line. I don't think they have at any point made comments that were outside of the bounds of what they could say as members of the police department to the council, and during these discussions. They haven't said anything in public differently than they've communicated in any other way to the council, and that primarily resides with the chief. The comments that you've heard him make publicly are the same things he said to us in individual communication. Individual police officers have at no point communicated anything to us in terms of preference about this, and that applies to the city manager as well. Along the lines of a comment made about a different topic, trust in government is low all the way around. It's at a low. You go and look at any of the research that looks into that, whether you're talking about state, federal, or local. Nobody, regardless of their particular political perspective or anything else, has a tremendous amount of faith and trust in any aspect of the government right now. And that's unlikely to change anytime soon. It changes incrementally. But I think the comments that you've heard from our city staff have been consistent from beginning to end, and I hope that at least lends itself to some credibility. Thank you for listening to me, Councilmember Schmeckel.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate your comments. I will say that if by our own admission that the word oversight is charged and full of meaning and at the same time meaningless, why are we handing this off to our city manager? I don't feel it's responsible of us in giving guidance of what we want from our city manager to have this kind of unspecificity and boundaries. I think that we can do better.
Well, I suppose for the purposes of debate, do you have any suggestions, council member, about how to do better? This is the time.
Mayor, I would suggest that the possibility of removing that second paragraph would significantly de-escalate the conversation.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrington.
Mr. Mayor, that doesn't de-escalate the conversation. It entirely changes the conversation. If removing that second paragraph, that's not a compromise. That's not about one word anymore. If the issue is the word oversight, the conversation should be about changing the word oversight. not about removing the entire idea of this variety of oversight. So for the sake of debate, Mr. Mayor, I just thought I'd add that to it.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, council members, as the chair, since we've reopened this up, I think this is a subject of debate. So that's why we're doing this, and all points to be made are fair. Any other discussion or comments? Councilmember O'Doherty. Then I'll go back to Councilmember Harrington.
Sorry. We've heard there's all different flavors. I think the group could find something that works for us. There's a group called a National Associate, whatever, NACOL. You could look at the Department of Justice. So it's some extra government oversight that includes civilians, and they can't look at personnel records, but there could be something. And if other communities in Wyoming have it, then, you know, we could just call it something else when they come up with something. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, more comments from me that you're going to have to put up with. I'm sorry. One thing that I've noticed is I think the word oversight sort of got glommed onto a couple of years ago onto this idea about eliminating police departments and defunding police. And I just want to be clear. It sure as hell doesn't mean that to me. And if I thought it did, I wouldn't vote for it. Councilmember Harrington.
Mr. Mayor, I think I would just say if the issue is with the word oversight and that somehow implies that we're talking about personnel records or something of the sort, I would encourage it. And I mean, to me, the name doesn't matter. To me, the function of the board is the important part. So if we're hung up on the boogeyman of oversight being the word, a review board can accomplish the same goal. You know, I think there are many words that we could choose that would have the same end. We just had a conversation about ways to file any sort of grievance or something of that sort outside of the city manager and police chief structure. Of course, those will all require involvement of those two members of the staff regardless. But, you know, those are things that this review board, oversight board, whatever we call it, could do. It would be a shame to vote no because you don't like the word oversight. If there is a potentially a majority of council that would call it something else on that. To me personally, the name matters very little. I'm interested in a board that functions well and improves the quality of life for the residents of Laramie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm interested in a board that also improves the reputation of the Laramie Police Department to the extent that it needs improvement. Councilmember Cumby.
Yes,
I'm not saying that it does, by the way. Councilmember Cumby.
Yes, I don't want to get hung up on the word oversight, and I concur with Councilor Harrington. I'm really interested in the intention or our process, and I would like to see more models before I vote against something. I would like to have an informed vote rather than a reactionary vote against a word that's been grossly overused in our country.
Good debate. Good discussion. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, I just want to provide some information that we got during the working groups. We did spend quite a bit of time, although time was short with that group. But we did allocate quite a bit of time to talking about this topic in general. We had great information. The previous presentations that have been given to council from the chief and legal counsel, as well as information from NACOL, great resources. Frankly, the group did an amazing job of digging up a ton of information for us to review and have at our disposal. But the one thing that really caught my attention in this whole process is we had a guest speaker, which was the former chief of police in Cheyenne, I believe. And he was the creator of what's going on over in Cheyenne. And it really, I don't know whether you could call it oversight or review or what that was, but it wasn't the creation of what they were doing. It was the comments and the information that we received, from people that are on the ground in Cheyenne. And I certainly had some of those conversations individually, that what they're doing is really not doing much right now. It's not, what they have over there is not working, in the sense that it's not doing anything at the moment. And so that certainly gave me additional pause. And I appreciate the discussion about wanting to continue to talk about this. And I hope we can do this in maybe another fashion, rather than used, as has been very accurately stated, very politically charged language, whether you use oversight or review or whatever. It certainly seems to polarize the community. And that certainly is something of my concern as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Somerville. I'm not optimistic, based on the way the discussions have gone, that's possible, unfortunately. Council members, I'm going to go to members of the public. Members of the public, I'm going to ask that you confine your comments to the extent possible. We've heard statements of support and the reasons for that. So a restatement of those isn't really necessary for the council to hear. But we do have a responsibility to allow for a comment. So try to keep it as general as possible, and as original as possible. And we'll go to public comment, and we'll go to Tracy Rosalind, and you're welcome to make your comments now.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I just wanted to share that I feel like it would be a disservice to eliminate that from discussion, and as had been stated, that it's just a continued investigation at this point. There has been no establishment of any type of structure for an oversight board. So I encourage you to support the amendment as it's written. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would encourage members of the public to take that comment as a model for how we would hope to receive other comments. Mr. Norton, you have the floor. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I would agree with everything the previous commenter said, and I would also like to rehash something I said earlier really briefly. Just because we don't think something will work necessarily doesn't mean we should avoid trying it. The defeatist attitude that I mentioned earlier is really disheartening to me. I think that there's a potential that if a COB is someday implemented, that it doesn't have to follow the exact same apparently ineffective model that we've seen in Cheyenne, and it could potentially be something else. And again, it's not the amendment as written doesn't establish a COB regardless. So I encourage a vote in favor. Thank you.
Comments. Public comments are open for another second here to see if anybody else wants to add anything. Yes, I would like to recognize Amanda Pittman. Mrs. Pittman, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say that I think, first off, I thank you for considering this, and I hope that we can keep the possibility for civilian oversight open. There are definitely models that that would make recommendations and do not necessarily infringe on personnel. Absolutely. I think that the public actions of law enforcement don't necessarily have to be personnel matters until personnel decisions are being made. So I think that there's room to reconsider and actually interrogate those legal opinions, and that hasn't necessarily been done yet. I think that there's a lot more discussion to be had, and more opinions need to be had on this as we actually look toward building this. We've discussed around this issue a lot, but I don't think that we've actually looked at what it would take to build a board and specific models. Would there be boards that could make recommendations to the LPD? That wouldn't necessarily take away power or take away from what they do, that's possible. Could they provide transparency and oversight and provide a separate means of complaint and a little bit more confidence that complaints will be taken seriously? Possibly. I think that we should consider a broad array of models and that we just haven't had a chance to do that yet. Despite this conversation being a long one, I think that it's an important thing to consider and that we need to go in more depth still. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if I missed your comments earlier, Amanda, I apologize. Mitch Cushman, yes, Mr. Cushman, please go ahead.
The only thing that I would like to say is that it's already pretty abundantly clear to me anyway that your legal representations and people that are interested in that side already say that the oversight concept is not legal in Wyoming right now. And if you do go ahead and decide to go ahead and investigate this, I would like to know about how many times you would butt up against this and then finally decide that you can't go further. I mean, it seems to me like you've already had those recommendations already and you want to continue on, and that's your prerogative as leaders of Laramie. But it seems to me also that you will run up against these things again and again. And when are you going to say, okay, I'll abide by what the law is? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cushman. And thank you, all of the attendees to the meeting, for your time commitment and your willingness to stay here and to make the comments that you feel are appropriate. Council, do we have any further discussion before we go to the, yes, Councilmember Harrington.
Mayor, just as a point of order, if we do defeat this on reconsideration, that would defeat the entirety of Section 2, and we would need to reconsider that first paragraph if we wish to adopt it, if I am correct. Because the previous vote was to include both paragraph 1 and 2.
Right. I think that's correct, Councilmember Harrington. Council members, I think in effect what this would do would actually be to divide it, and we would be defeating one portion of it, and we then need to consider the other recommendation again. Vice Mayor.
I think it would, assuming that it goes, we would defeat in its entirety, and then we would have to bring a whole new motion on the floor.
I think I think it would defeat the amended portion. We'd still have the portions that we approved, and then we would still have recommendations 3 or 4 that would have to be introduced to be considered at all, I think is the way that would work, Vice Mayor. But I'm interested in your take on it.
I'm just talking about the second. Yeah, no, you've got it right. We're just saying it 2 different ways.
Okay, as long as council, are we all on the same page about what will happen? Seems like it. Yes, Councilmember O'Doherty.
I was just asking if the clerk could enlarge that, maybe get rid of the page breaks so that we could just read it in one. But never mind, that works. Yeah, it's okay.
Council, any procedure questions about how the votes will, where the votes will take us? Should the motion fail at this juncture, then we would be back to needing to consider the recommendations 3 and 4 again separately, or not if they weren't introduced. City Clerk, please help us out. I think I'm correct.
Mayor, yeah, I was just going to reiterate what you've already said, is that if the council wishes, they could divide the question into 2 questions.
Even at this time?
Yes, at this time, that could be done by a motion and a second with majority vote.
To divide them and then we'd vote on them separately?
Correct.
Is there a council member that wants to do that? Either way, I counsel, as a practical consideration, if you want to preserve the community board, we can either do it now by dividing, or we can vote the whole thing down and then somebody would have to reintroduce the community board. Yes, Councilmember Schmeckel.
I move to divide.
Motion to divide. City Clerk. City Clerk.
Sorry, I was trying to find my mute button with the screen share. If I could just have Councillor Schmeckel clarify the division, so we are very clear in the minutes as to what we're dividing.
Thank you, Clerk. Yep. I move to divide the motion into two parts, separated at the paragraph.
What would you like to consider first? I suppose the language that comes first, correct, Councilmember Schmeckel? All right. Okay.
Do you have a second on that, Mayor?
I don't think we had a second yet.
I will second it, but don't we have to decide what we're doing on the reconsideration first and then bring it back? Or can we
already did
divide
that.
it and
We
keep
already
going?
did that portion. Councilmember Schuster, we already voted to reconsider.
Yes.
Under Council Gabriel's initial motion.
Okay,
And-
so
and
it's
now we're
just
back. Now
on the
we.
floor. Okay.
Yep. No problem. There was a second from Councilmember Schuster to
Yes.
Councilmember Schmeckel's motion.
Yes.
All right. City Clerk, I don't think, is the motion to divide debatable? We've gone
It is
beyond.
not.
Okay, I was going to say, we've gone beyond my ken of parliamentary procedure. It is not. Simple majority vote. Roll call.
Cumby.
Yes.
Thank you. Gabriel?
Yes.
Harrington?
No.
O'Doherty?
Yes.
Schmeckel?
Yes.
Schuster?
Yes.
Somerville?
Yes.
Pierce?
No.
Weaver?
No.
That's 6 yeses and 3 noes, Your Honor.
So the motion to divide the amendment carries. Councilmember Schmeckel, you still have the floor if you wish to make any additional comments. We've had some considerable conversation, but you do have the floor.
I feel we've had considerable conversation on this and don't need to belabor the point.
Very good. Council members, you prepared to go to a vote? All right, for the first part of the motion, City Clerk, so that I'm clear, it divides at the paragraph. So the first part, you'll need to decide how you want to vote, with the paragraph ending in city manager shall collect data and report upon the committee's activities. Are we clear? The first paragraph preserves the committee. Everyone's clear? City Clerk, roll call vote.
Cumby?
Yes.
Gabriel?
No.
Harrington?
Yes.
O'Doherty?
Yes.
Schmeckel?
No.
Schuster?
No.
Somerville?
No.
Pierce? Pierce?
Sorry. No.
Weaver?
Yes.
That's 4 yeses and 5 noes, Your Honor.
The first part of the divided motion fails. Now on to a vote for the second portion, which is the city manager's office in collaboration with the police and community committee. Actually, I think that motion is probably not in order since the committee no longer exists. Not sure what to do procedurally with that vote.
Mayor, we did divide the question, so I think it would be more correct if we just took a vote on paragraph 2 to make it complete.
So I would guess that would need to read the city manager's office shall investigate the creation of a civilian oversight board that could function under Wyoming state statute and international city managers association guidelines.
So an amendment could be brought forward to clarify that, Mayor.
I think it would have to be to read that way. So someone will need to bring that amendment forward, or we'll be stuck in limbo. Yes, Councilmember Harrington.
Mr. Mayor, I move to strike in collaboration with the Police and Community Committee.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Somerville. Discussion. Councilmember O'Doherty.
I'm hoping that the counselors that just stripped us of a committee, any resident engagement, are going to come up with something. That's all I want to say.
Other discussion. Council members, I understood that there was concern over the Civilian Oversight Board. I'm a little bit perplexed as to the feelings behind eliminating the Community Relations Board, which received a near unanimous vote from the ad hoc committee. And I'm not certain about the level of sense it makes to move forward with anything else without a committee to consider those questions and keep moving forward. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. When appropriate, I have a suggestion for that first paragraph.
It's
but I
appropriate.
understand we're in a little bit of limbo at the moment. So however we need to move forward.
I say it's appropriate now, unless someone objects.
I think we're about 3 amendments deep at the moment. I'm not sure that we can do that, but I would defer to the city clerk.
City clerk.
Mayor, that's correct. We do have amendment 2 that's germane right now. So unless it's an amendment to paragraph 2.
Thank you very much. All right. Vice Mayor, was that the point you were going to make? Okay. Thank you. Not appropriate now. So any other discussion? Let's have a roll call vote.
Cumby.
Yes.
Gabriel.
I'm really not sure what we're voting on.
This is the Civilian Oversight Board language. The previous vote eliminated the Community Relations Board. This vote preserves or eliminates the investigation by the City Manager's Office of the creation of a Civilian Oversight Board. City Clerk?
Mayor, if
Thank
I
you.
could, our current vote right now is to strike the language that you see in gray, that in collaboration with the Police and Community Committee. I
Right.
apologize. I didn't bring up that it's the amendment to the amendment 2.
No, that's all right. Thank you, City Clerk. Right. This is to correct the language to read that the City Manager's Office will investigate. And it has to be done as a technical correction. Otherwise, the motion doesn't make any sense. So why don't we begin the roll call vote on the motion again? So City Clerk, if that works, and you can get that in the minutes for us. Okay, thank you.
Cumby.
Yes.
Gabriel.
No.
Harrington.
Yes.
O'Doherty.
Yes.
Schmeckel.
Yes.
Schuster.
No.
Somerville.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 7 yeses and 2 nos, Your Honor.
For the sake of grammar and clarity, that motion carries. Now we're on to the second part of the divided motion, which the vote in favor, the affirmative vote, preserves the recommendation as amended. The vote in the negative eliminates it. City Clerk, we have a roll call vote.
Cumby.
Yes.
Gabriel.
No.
Harrington.
Yes.
O'Doherty.
Yes.
Schmeckel.
No.
Schuster.
No.
Somerville.
No.
Pierce.
No.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 4 yeses and 5 nos, Your Honor.
All right, so that motion fails. And we're back to the main motion on the resolution, which has now been amended to remove the Community Relations Board and the investigation of a Civilian Oversight Board. Preserving the recommendations so far in the motion that are active are the mental health and complaint reporting discussed earlier. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. And I apologize in advance. I'm going to need the assistance of the city clerk to kind of do this on screen, since I assume we don't want to take another break so I can write something else.
You are correct.
City clerk, could you paste the paragraph, that first paragraph back under resident engagement, if you have it handy? In specific, the language that was provided by the city manager.
This is the city manager's recommended language from the previous council discussion on the motion.
Right. So, okay. So I want to make just a few changes, city clerk. I want to put that the membership on the committee as available instead of will.
So as available will?
Yes, sorry, as available will. Let's see, and then after the first, so back up to the top, on the first sentence here, so third line, effective partnership between the Laramie Police Department and the community, specifically looking at transparency. I would put a period after community and then delete the remainder of that sentence. And Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to read that for an official motion for the record if you'd like.
Yes, please read it for an official motion and then we'll see if there's a sufficient second.
All right. I move to insert under bullet 2, resident engagement, the following language. The city manager shall investigate the creation of a police and community committee to serve as a volunteer group for the purpose of building a more effective partnership between the Laramie Police Department and the community. Membership on the committee, as available, will include formerly incarcerated individuals and individuals from underserved or otherwise disadvantaged groups from within the city. The city manager shall collect data and report upon the committee's activities.
Second.
A second.
Mayor,
yes.
If I can just give a quick explanation. So I think that we need to give some room to LPD and the city manager's office and the various members of the community that have been interested in trying to figure out what that might look like. And I don't want to be specific at this point. So, and then second to the membership, I absolutely support having, formerly incarcerated people and everything that's in that sentence. However, I am cognizant that it is desperately hard sometimes to fill our boards at all. And so I want to keep that option open and I want the city to pursue it, but realizing that there may be times when that is not possible. So, Mr. Mayor, I won't go into anything else that we've discussed previously. That's the reason for my recommended changes.
Thank you, Councilmember Somerville. So that was a motion from Councilmember Somerville, seconded by Councilmember Cumby. Council as a whole, we're now in our 5th iteration of discussion of this language. Councilmember Harrington.
Mr. Mayor, I think the removal of increasing transparency is, it makes it, I think, a little less functional. While it may make it more open-ended, it certainly weakens the direction from the council as far as guiding this policy forward. I mean, we're now leaving them with the task of building a more effective partnership. And that, to me, doesn't really give you a whole lot of direction for your you have this committee and what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to build a more effective partnership between, two groups. I'm not sure that means much. So, Mr. Mayor, I will likely support this because it is a step in a direction, but I'm not fond of it. And then I'm curious if, as a friendly amendment, instead of including as available will, we might just use the word may for simplicity's sake.
Any objections to that, Councilmember Somerville? Councilmember
Mayor, I have no objections. I'm going to blame that on the late evening and trying to be apparently overly complicated.
Certainly. Further discussion, Councilmember O'Doherty. Oh, I'm sorry, clarification from the city clerk.
Mayor, I just was curious if the second agreed to that amendment. I can't see her on my screen right now.
That's a yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cummey, for the record. That's a yes. Councilmember O'Doherty. Sound, Councilmember O'Doherty. You're muted.
This committee may discover in the process of trying to build a better, more effective partnership that more transparency would be helpful. So I think that we can count on the committee, and also all the resources the chief already provided us. Maybe it's a matter of people having those minutes from those meetings would help too. Thank you. So I support this.
Further discussion, Councilmember Cumbie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a little perplexed how the continuation of the community police relations group was voted down. And as one of the people that have put in over 6 months working on this, I felt like we had the potential to really move forward with some positive things. And I think as we finished our group after 6 months of work, that we all felt like we needed another 6 months, that there was more to do. And I just feel like it's unfinished right now. And I support this, and I just think it's important for us to continue the dialogue between community, the police, and the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Cumbie. Other discussion? Councilmember Somerville for a second time.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, specific to Councilmember Cumbie's, there certainly was a lot of room left in that work group, or a lot of things that didn't get maybe the deep dive. And whether it's, transparency issues and how that could work, and that's a huge category just unto itself. If we create a potential police and community board where we're getting them to sit together, I think that they'll be able to look at some of that stuff, as well as maybe work on some better consensus things that they can work out and take the time that they need to. It also potentially establishes that, of course, the council would have to vote to establish this board at some point in time through an ordinance, but it also gives that ability for that to be an ongoing instead of extending the ad hoc group. I would imagine, based on my experience with the work group, that a number of those people would be interested in serving on a board like this. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pierce.
Yeah, thanks. I think this also doesn't preclude, possibly members of the county commission, other areas within our community, because we're calling it a community committee. For example, environmental advisory has people appointed from both the county and the city, and maybe that's something we should really consider too. I mean, I think getting this discussion a little bit wider and beyond city council was always a desire of mine, over a year ago. I mean, because involving UW, involving county, whomever, I think it needs to be more of a community discussion. So I think this is a really good step, actually, and I think it'll be great. So.
Other discussion. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Other discussion. All right. Well, so it appears that we voted the two things down in the previous motion to bring back some maybe improved language on what the council wanted the community board to look like, which answers some questions that I had a few minutes ago, and I appreciate the discussion, everyone, about that. I want to note something, which is that in addition to having an aversion to the word oversight, I'm starting to sense that there's an aversion to the word transparency, which is a member of this council, along with you, I find unsettling. But I'll support this for all of the good reasons that have already been stated. Other comments? Councilmember Schuster.
I don't want to rush this, I'm sorry, but if we don't finish this by 10 o'clock, it's an automatic into the meeting and it goes to next Tuesday. So I'm sorry to say that because there's a good another 5 hours of discussion. But if we don't finish it in 7 minutes, it ends, done, and we go to the next meeting. So I'm not trying to rush, but I'd like to get this done tonight and not have to worry about it for a week.
I understand. Of course, the council always has the option to extend the meeting.
I don't believe they do past 10. I believe they do past 8:30.
Oh, so we've got a hard cutoff at 10 o'clock. Of course, I'd argue that we can always extend the meeting, council. It's always a vote to suspend the rules. But I'm fine. I think we can get it done in 7 minutes. Any other comments? Any other discussion? We do have to go to public comment, ladies and gentlemen. We still have to vote on the main motion as amended. So, as the chair, I'm going to recommend that we do suspend the rules or we won't be able to get to all of those things. Is there a motion? Otherwise, we'll be talking about this next week. Councilmember Somerville.
Mr. Mayor, I'm tempted to call for the question twice, quickly.
Question's been called. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
Hand up, Councilmember Somerville. I got you. So that's beyond the 2/3 threshold. That any opposed? Motion carries. Question has been called. This is on the motion to amend the language put forward. City Clerk, roll call vote.
Humby.
Yes.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
O'Doherty.
Yes.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. Really quick. You just said this is on suspending the rules. Is that what you just stated?
No. The question was called, and now the question has been called on the amendment.
Thank you. I just wanted, for some reason, I got hung up. Schmeckel.
Yes.
Schuster.
Yes.
Somerville.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Weaver.
No.
That's 8 yeses and 1 no, Your Honor.
That motion carries. On to the main motion. Councilmember Somerville.
Mayor, I move to call the question.
Thank you. All those in favor, raise your hand. All right. Looks like that's unanimous. City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Cumby.
Yes.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
O'Doherty.
Yes.
Schmeckel.
Yes.
Schuster.
Yes.
Somerville.
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes,
That's 9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
the resolution has been adopted as amended. And council members, that brings us to the end of our agenda. Councilmember Schuster.
Thank you. I move we adjourn and go Cowgirls tomorrow night.
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
All right, the meeting is adjourned. Good evening.